excited to see what is going to be on display and who is going to make it, I would imagine, if we get through today's games. Genuinely looking forward to kind of seeing who makes it through. Yesterday, so we had to cut out the last best of 7, but I was super happy to see Lambo making it. I mean, happy to see anyone making it, but man, Lambo just dominant yesterday. 3-0, 4-0. In fact, both the players that qualified yesterday were pretty dominant. Beyond 3-0, 4-1. But he looked like the much better TVT here against Ryung. That scares me for Ryung if he has to play Gumiho later today. I mean, we'll see the bracket in a moment or two. But yeah, Bjorn and Lambo, that winning bracket. Lambo just looked great in the ZVP. Absolutely spot on. The lower bracket's going to be super interesting, man. Lemon versus HeroMarine, winner against Goblin. One of those 3 will go to the eSports World Cup. And then Astrea versus Gumiho. And then Ryung versus the winner. One of those 3 goes to the eSports World Cup as well, which is pretty crazy. So yeah, that's going to be super fun to see who gets to go based on today's games. It's going to be pretty awesome. Hell yeah. How's everyone doing? Hello, hello again. We're just co-streaming today, so again, you're going to have the clean feed showing off ZG and Roddy and all that stuff. I'm going to be here just chilling and just chatting. I mean, we're going to cast the games. We'll take it as a proper cast, but we're just chilling. I don't have to do much, so feeling better again today, guys. Been getting better every day lately, so feeling good and definitely ready for some StarCraft today. Chilling and vibing. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're doing today. Chilling and vibing. You might ask, is that not what we do every day? Well, yes, perhaps it is, but today especially. This is our lineup for today, guys. Playing simple 4 series. Yesterday was a little bit longer, but we actually had some fast matches to help us through it. Today it's Lemon versus HeroMarine, Astrea versus Gumiho, and then Goblin versus the winner of Lemon HeroMarine, and Ryung versus the winner of Gumiho and Astrea. We'll talk about each match as we kind of go into it. Are they going to show the bracket for more than 2 seconds? Nope, they're just going to go... Man, they're really not staying on these graphics for long, man. Crazy. Crazy. So yeah, obviously we will get started here in a few moments, guys. After this, we will get game sounds and stuff once the game starts. Just the casters and everything are muted for now, so just a little bit of info for you guys on that one. And yeah, we'll dive in and enjoy some StarCraft. How's everyone feeling? How you guys doing? Hope you're all feeling wonderful. They're usually pretty quick about getting into the game, so I don't imagine it's going to take us too long here to get started or anything. Get this roll in the next couple of moments and see just where it is that we're going to get to. It's too hot. Yeah, it's actually chilled off a little bit here today, so it's not as warm as it was yesterday. Yesterday was rough for me, I'm not going to lie. Typical UK guy complaining about hot weather, but it really was just a little bit hot yesterday. And that combined with still kind of recovering from COVID was definitely a little bit rough, so it being a little bit cooler today, like today I can actually sit in my room and not just like sweat consistently, which is a really big positive. I don't know if you guys have tried sitting in your room and not just dying of heat exhaustion, but it's actually a really big plus if you don't do that versus if you do, especially, I mean, this might be the thing, you guys might think you know about this, but then, especially while trying to focus and cast StarCraft 2, much easier to do without, so hopefully today we're a little bit more entertaining and fun, and we'll definitely get through all the matches today. We have no reason to dip out at any point or anything like that, so we'll not be escaping away to get anywhere. Or, I mean, yesterday my voice was just given out after such a long stream, but today, 2 best of 5s, 2 best of 7s. I think we can handle that into WardiTV Mondays tomorrow. And then, yeah, it was kind of meant to be European League Tuesday and Wednesday. I think I'm just going to have to move that because I am just not set up to do European League, so I've just not been able to get the information out. I've not been able to set it up because I've been sick and stuff, so I think we're just going to start that after Home Story Cup and just go from there because... yeah, it's been not great for me. As I say, is my stream muted? But no, it is not. We are good to go. HeroMarine versus Lemon in the top left-hand corner. We're going to start the day off with the red Terran player. This is HeroMarine. In the bottom right, our blue Protoss player. This is going to be Lemon. Of course, HeroMarine coming from the European region, and their qualifiers, and Lemon coming from the Asian region. Yesterday, Lemon lost out initially to Bjorn. Put up a couple of good fights. There was a game I really thought he was going to bring it back and actually get back into a game that Bjorn had been winning. But he lost it in the end. HeroMarine, I'm not sure what to really expect of him, if I'm going to be completely honest with you guys as well. He obviously opened up yesterday playing against Ryung. He definitely lost one game, which I think opened super well for him. It really felt like that was going to go to 2-2, and then HeroMarine did not manage to end the game, so that was a little bit of a shame. So it'll be interesting to see how he bounced back today against Lemon, as he got to win this best of 5 and then the best of 7 later today to qualify to the eSports World Cup. Predictions? I can do predictions when we're not having to organize other stuff. Usually I have to, you know, get us in game and stuff, but because we're just on a clean feed, I can absolutely do predictions. No worries. So yeah, we get into this. Who do I think is going to win this? Honestly, I don't really know. Lemon is genuinely pretty good. HeroMarine, I don't really know how good he is because, like, he just doesn't play as much as he used to and stuff, but, like, he's still obviously very good as well. You know, he was once the king of the TVP matchup, but TVP has not been easy lately. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. We have a Nexus coming down, Cybercore coming through. Let's get the factory and the command center refinery all building up as well, so bringing all of that online for the moment. Probe heads down to the bottom right side here, heading toward the main base, and just looking to see a little bit of what's going on. Didn't I show this already? That'd be very difficult to show already because because it is being played live right now. I mean, this is day 2 of the qualifier, so maybe you're just getting confused with yesterday, but we've definitely not seen HeroMarine versus Lemon, so I mean, this is literally live, so yeah. To be fair, the stream title and stuff is the exact same as yesterday because I've just been a bit lazy, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. So I'm just being a little bit lazy there, but otherwise, we're chilling. Sentry, I'm going to pop a hallucination up. That's going to start to head across to the upper left-hand side. So that's going to start journeying over. As the Cyclone is on the way out, Barracks coming up, Starport coming through. We're going to see the Starport already going to be a factor here. HeroMarine open with that Cyclone, so we'll have a little bit of anti-air to help deal with the hallucinations, although hallucination sees everything it could want to see here anyway. But Cyclone gets the cleanup, and then obviously into this 1-1-1 setup, we'll see what exact damage looks to be done. This is typically a medevac then from the Terran plays. You can get the medevac, few Marines, and the Cyclone together across the map and try and deal some damage in those early stages, expecting that to typically be the route that we take. And Lemon taking a very standard routing in this game as well. Blink as the opening upgrade off that Twilight Council is going to be exactly what we expect, so no surprises there in the early moments. Hallucination just chilling. Cyclone going to get the lock on the few Marines. We'll chase that hallucination away. Starport swaps over to the tech lab. The Wood of Mines loading and going out to that right-hand side. Raven still building through. And another barracks going to go down once again. Stalker's in position, going to be able to deflect the medevac, so the first Widow Mine drop does not go very far. I actually thought it was going to be the Cyclone and the Marines, but he actually kept the Widow Mines out, so not going to be the kind of drop I initially suggested that we might be seeing here as the hallucination comes in again. And this is a much more important hallucination, getting to see just where add-ons are going to, just seeing if we are upgrading bio units and looking toward the future instead of just looking toward the here and the now. So that gives you a bit more info. Oh, medevac does find a way in, and it's going to be the natural that's going to have to stop mining here for a few moments. Stalkers late to blink there from Lemon, and that means that one Stalker goes down. That was completely unnecessary. He did not need to let that Stalker die. So yeah, a little bit of a shame. Obviously some lost mining time. This Widow Mine going to be getting out of there as well at the moment too, so it's going to make a getaway as the medevac has lived as well. So pretty great from HeroMarine, maintaining some of the units. Now the Raven's going to fly in and start dealing some damage as well, and he will start to put the pressure on. Although that's a very risky Raven, and the last volley is not enough. No. Raven on low HP is going to survive, and that's so annoying because even if it just sits there, it takes units to pay attention to that Raven and to just deal with the fact that it can come back in again at some point and go for round 2. So yeah, just a couple units that get kind of caught up, whereas if that Raven was dead, you can just ignore that threat and then just have a couple more Stalkers onto the map. Lemon is going for exactly what we expect from him, I would say, based on what we saw in yesterday's games against Bjorn, which is he's going into the additional gateways, he's getting the Colossus out, he's focused on Stalker's Zealots, he's just going to play Stalker Zealot Colossus and then probably into a couple Disruptors later on. I don't think he was really playing Storm much yesterday. I know Goblin definitely wasn't playing Storm against Gumiho. So I think it's going to be more about that kind of style. We'll see what the game takes us. We'll see what tech he goes into post-Colossus. That's the maybe most interesting thing to ask ourselves right now. Like I say, for the moment, it seems, you know, exactly as it's kind of meant to. So yeah, we'll see what goes down as we do drop a little battery down into place. A few gateways coming up. The Stalkers are putting some damage in the SCVs. We'll begin to take a few shots right there, so damage being done. This is actually pretty bad for HeroMarine. He's taking a lot of damage, but it's because he's got all of his units in a drop across the map. And this is pretty bad for Lemon because nothing is in position, and he is going to lose the pylon. He's going to lose power to that Robo Bay. The Forge is still ticking away in the corner at least. The Zealots trying chasing to clean this up is not exactly the most comfortable of cleanups. SimCity really working against Lemon here, but at least Lemon got rid of a bunch of SCVs, so he has done economic damage during this, and he is going to hold in the end. And he mostly only loses the, he actually gets another medevac too. He actually only really loses the Zealots, which are much more replaceable than everything else here, so that is definitely going to help you out. That's going to definitely keep you going in the right direction. A little bit of bio here, going to jump on toward that Nexus. The few Zealots warping in. Is it going to be the multi-prong and just the speed at which HeroMarine hits with, you know, future attacks that's really going to wear Lemon down here, or have we got some sort of a bounce back coming into play sometime soon? Stalker's going to get there, a few Marines on Marauder getting chased back. That Bio4 is going to find a Colossus in the center, and going to go for a second one. The Colossus obviously is so important. We keep number 2 alive. That really is a big deal. Every Colossus is going to help a little bit, and keeping one alive at low HP even, because it can regen shields, will be massive. I'm going to say, let's get that pylon back up. This has been depowered for an eternity. I understand it's been a sling of events for Lemon, but you got to get power back onto that Robo Bay. You got to get that excellent thermal lance back on track. Otherwise, you're just asking for some trouble. So, yeah, playing without thermal lance is just going to endanger your Colossus even further as HeroMarine is going to lose this medevac. I mean, there's been a lot of positives for HeroMarine. There's obviously been a couple positives for Lemon. Definitely the amount of positives for HeroMarine outweighing those of Lemon. As, that said, I mean, right now it is still Lemon, 64 workers to the 57. You know, it's one of those games where it feels like it should be all about HeroMarine because he's the one that's picking all of these fights. He's the one that's forcing a fight here and an engagement there, etc., etc. But the reality of the situation is that actually he's thrown away a lot of units as well. The trades are not great. Getting rid of that Colossus was nice, but the other one surviving was, you know, a little scary because it means that Lemon still has some splash, and it means that, you know, especially as he lost a lot of units. Look at this. Lemon just blinking forward. He's not afraid of those Marauders. He gets multiple medevacs. Getting rid of the medevacs is huge because it means it's very difficult to justify building Vikings against the Colossus. Now, we actually have plenty of medevacs for now, but it's definitely something that's good to work on through. As Lemon pushes HeroMarine away and is going to continue to stabilize on the 4 bases for the moment. Starboard coming through. Vikings, Marines, and Marauders coming up. It's got a +2 attack upgrade coming by. The Colossus still chrono boosted on the Robo facility. 8 orb gates sat in place. We get another Nexus over to the right-hand side for the moment. And a few Zealots slowly shifting their way up toward the top side of the map as well. Big chunks of bio coming through, taking the watchtower for a couple of seconds. Gonna get to this point where Lemon is able to start definitely stabilizing and even starting to get some of his own counterattacks on the map once more. Some Zealots able to start charging around, and that's going to be lovely. Try and apply pressure here and to keep HeroMarine back a little bit and holding away for this game. Observer just sticking overhead. The Woodwind and the Marauders gathering up. Maya coming back down towards that watchtower. Stalker's blinking in again. Just wants to get those Stalkers in reach and shooting, apparently. We're not going to back it up. A few Vikings are there. We are going to go Dark Shrine. Love that if this game stabilizes because it's going to give you a lot of pressure And a lot of potential to get damage done as the game continues, so yeah, that's really going to be a nice addition that goes a long way for you. Server coming about overhead as Zeld Colossus joins up. Server still seeing the rest of that bio army escaping out of there for the moment. Knocking down the rocks, a little scan coming through. The rest of this army continue to go over for a couple of moments. Just going to see the Zeld Colossus coming through. The Bioforce taking the Watchtower for a couple of moments. Still got the rest of that force coming over. The Zelds will gather up and ready for a charge in. HeroMarine realizes he does not really want to fight that, but he does turn onto the Colossus. The Vikings to eliminate that very quickly. Honestly, the Colossus feel like dead weight against that amount of Vikings. But maybe that's not a terrible thing, because we really only built a couple Colossus, so maybe that is going to be Viking overkill to some extent. As well as threaten the run-by into the base by pulling toward the upper left side. We have a fourth base building from HeroMarine, but it's just not in place or anything yet, right? So, as far as we're concerned, a 3-base Terran play, that's kind of fine as Lemon. He doesn't need to throw too many units away. The problem is now those Zelds are massively out of position, and this is where he's going to end up in some trouble. I mean, it's all well and good pulling your opponent back, but what if your opponent just ignores the Zelds because you're clearly not going to do anything with them? That's the issue we're in now, is we just have no buffer for the rest of this army. This Nexus will go down quickly, and then you can move your way to the upper right and go for that Nexus too. Looks like HeroMarine will instead actually go for a little bit of the kill move as he dives toward the natural and this left-hand side. Man, the Zeld's just not going to do enough. That is a massive clump of bio. There's 0 splash damage to threaten it here and to push it back at all. DTs have barely done anything in the game, so that investment was wasted. And the Disruptors out on the way up maybe kind of needed to be built a long time ago. Lemon just did not have the army composition there. I actually thought the threat of the Zelds running up at left was cool. Would it be nice to maybe split some off and then you bring some back home and you actually do kind of split some off and keep them there to harass? So it could have been a cool combo. Instead, we just had nothing really here. Like, this was not even half the army. So many Zelds were missing, and by the time the Zelds showed up, there was nothing there to accompany them. Not sure there was anything there to accompany them in the first place anyway, to be fair, but Fire stepping through, Disruptor shot fires. Stalkers and Zealots will try and warp in, but the reality is that this one is HeroMarine's game, and Lemon just kind of crumbles in the end. Lemon got into a fine position, but he needs to be better on the army that he's building, and I don't hate that he stopped building Colossus, but have some other splash damage. Zealot Stalker can only take you so far, especially when you end up in a fight like the one that we saw, and that's the biggest issue, is that he really let himself end up in a fight that was just never going to be great for him. Definitely got into a little bit of trouble. GG's, and we're going to head ourselves to a game 2 with HeroMarine taking the early lead of the opening matchup today, looking to knock Lemon down and to dash his eSports World Cup hopes. And Goblin is waiting to see who he will be playing out of these two later today for a spot in the eSports World Cup. I honestly think eSports World Cup qualification would be kind of a highlight of Goblin's career. I mean, that would be genuinely a very good result. $7,500 guaranteed, by the way, if you just qualify into the EWC. To put that in perspective, that's about 25% of Goblin's all-time earnings, which is pretty crazy when you do stop to think about it. He got top 8 in a WCS Spring in 2019 for $4,000. That was his highest payday ever. Yeah, that's really going to be a big matchup later today for Goblin. Going to be absolutely huge. And there's no prizes if you don't make it a day. If you get knocked out, that's it. Like, you just walk away with nothing. This qualifier is a $7,500 minimum benefit for making it through. So, bottom left, blue Protoss player here is Lemon. As in the top right, our red Terran player is HeroMarine. Clumber Bio screaming to be stormed. Doesn't even need to be stormed, right? Like, just Colossus that actually get to hit it for a few shots even. Disruptors to force it to split up and back away a little bit. Like, anything, please, you know? Literally anything would be amazing. It would be so nice. And he just had Zealots charging. I mean, it was just the correct army comp against what truly was basically mass. I was like, there wasn't even as many Stalkers as I probably wanted to be. because so many of them died because the Zealots were out of position before the fight even happened as well. It was definitely one of those times where things just kind of go a little bit downhill a little bit quickly, fortunately. As the probe pulling back over and set up over here. Now we do have our Raxan SCV, our gateway and our probe coming up and online for the moment. Probe gets in, SCV, and gets the depot built to create the wall off here. Factory coming down, Reaper still on the way out. And the depot will resume its building for a couple of moments as we just have this probe very much so trapped in this main. He could try and recall. If he wants to save it, that would be his choice. As the SCV though put some good damage on it and the Reaper's already here, so the timing is gone. And that will be Mr. Proby going down early. First blood for the Reaper. Stalker, chrono boosting out of the gateway here currently. Just going to be bringing that through. The Reaper is going to step up. The Stalker is going to be right there. Reaper gets turned around. To build on the barracks, and we do have the starport still very much so coming into play. Probe is going to get battered as the Reaper goes after the Proby for a couple of moments. Again, Warp Gate and the Stalker coming about. The Hallucination is going to begin to get going out towards the upper right-hand side. So begins to get a bit of motion. And obviously looking for some information early as Lemon down a game here in this best of 3. Sorry, best of 5. Again, this is just straight up a must-win series. Every series is a must-win series today. It's drama all day. Medevac building, couple of Marines coming through. He's going to be there, keep the hallucination at bay. Well, interception here, and the Stalker's going to force the medevac to unload. Now, the Stalker's actually going to be the ones that are losing this fight as they get pushed away for a couple of moments. Tank coming over, Marines and the Reaper continue to fight. Shots will continue to come over for a couple more moments, so again, shots going about. The tank is going to siege and start hitting some of those Stalkers already. Losing quite a few of the Stalkers. They do finally get in reach and get rid of the tank, but man, they're going to take a beating next to a lot of these bio units. The Guardian Shield at least put in some work. Sentry actually lives through that, man. Look at the work that Guardian Shield did to produce the damage. Did not think the Sentry was going to make it out there, but Sentry lives, and in the end that felt okay-ish for Lemon. Problem is, HeroMarine is here with another siege tank. Do we already have the numbers to deal with this? I mean, there's going to be a couple of pros taking some shots. We actually have Zealots now, so they're going to come over and be a very good response. HeroMarine tries to drop into the natural. The Stalkers are there, so this is going to be deflected, turned around, and the defense is made here. As the few Stalkers continue to try and chase the medevac, but will not be easily done considering the setup. And the medevac has enough gap on them to easily get away. Boost and all. Well, we defend as Lemon, but he's down on equal on workers, so definitely not exactly where he wants to be. Third base obviously on the way as well, but it does feel like he got slowed a bit by this aggression already. He did get some of the units from HeroMarine, but HeroMarine is recovering straight from that. It's not like Lemon has the units to kind of counterattack in and to get a lot done, so not going to see too much coming from there. As the Stimpack starts up in that barracks over on the side, and just going to have Lemon keeping an eye on things over the natural, seeing if anything is developing that he needs to be involved with. That medevac loading up, peeling away to the side right now. We do have ourselves the additional gates, Robo Bay and Forge all coming online in the main base currently, so that all comes through. That medevac of Marines setting up. The Marines here are going to get the Observer. More depots going down. More depots going into position. The Zealots are going to start coming across the map as well, so they're going to charge across and then make their way to the upper right as they are going to actually wander into this bio army. Oh, and that'll take a second to stop, turn around, and look the other way. A little bit of bio coming out in front of those siege tanks. Still got Stim Pack, Combat Shield, and +1. All building up for the moment. Medevac peels away over to the far left-hand side, so it's going to reposition itself. Because again, Stim Combat and +1 coming through. Medevac Marine Marauder coming up as well. Big push from HeroMarine with the couple of tanks involved. Zealot's going to get around the left-hand side as the bio moves out, and HeroMarine doesn't see it, so that's not wall-off either. So we are going to get in here with the Zealots. I mean, I think you just turn around to this as HeroMarine. He does not, though, so he's just going to try and fight this. He does have units taking position in the main base, the Widow Mines, so we'll see how that defense goes. Right now, he is going to defend and push back in the main base himself. Units showing up over here. We do have force fields actually going to recall a bunch of the Zealots, I imagine. Try and help this out. Oh, well, it didn't look like a lot of Zealots, but we are still going to take the dive through. I guess you don't really have a choice. More Zealots warping in. The Immortal is in some trouble. Like, it's absolutely obliterated. Extra units coming up. This is really just Lemon being stretched across the map. He's in so many different places, and he just didn't do that much damage with the Zealots that were on the other side initially either. But he is going to push this away, and that is huge as the Disruptor shot popping through. Help with the defense here. Back into Colossus after that Disruptor. This medevac is still active, and HeroMarine's still just trying to draw Lemon around. Keep him extremely busy and try and keep on making openings for himself as this game continues to develop. A bit of bio going to jump onto those Zealots as well, so Zealots taking some shots. Disruptor shot goes into the center, but it is going to be a big bio split. Colossus actually does go down, and HeroMarine wants to just keep sending this. He feels like he's on the precipice of maybe breaking through Lemon, so he does not want to give up on that just yet. He wants to keep pushing, and honestly, I don't think he's wrong. The drop in the main base now is getting some probes, and as reinforcements keep showing up, it's just barely enough Zealots to keep this army back, but as a round of Root Mines already, it's going to be tough for the Zealots then to kind of engage in and trade as they have before, and if those Zealots go down easily enough, then the Colossus will go very quickly to this Marauder count. However, the Zealots did live through, and let's see the bio going to continue to kite back still. Trading well. +1 attack to +1 attack, so no armor upgrade on the Zealots, unfortunately, for Lemon with the way that he's setting up. It means that obviously prioritize attack. That doesn't make sense. It's just, you know, Zealots won't be benefiting too much from that attack. They're mostly looking to try and tank. Continues to move down. The couple of Colossus will get set up. The medevacs overhead are going to settle themselves in as well to keep on healing. One Colossus down. Another warp in of Zealots. Do we have the damage to get through those? That's always the question because Zealots are so tanky. Thermal Lance just finishing, so the Colossus can be a little bit more safely kept now, but it might just be that there's not enough to keep it alive anyway. The bio numbers are still hitting this base, and if nothing else, the Nexus itself might go down soon. If that's the case, then well, this game probably ends as well, as HeroMarine knocking this down to 2 bases each would only be able to stabilize and comfortably kind of set up from there. For now, Lemon's third is alive, that Colossus is alive. And HeroMarine takes a moment to actually regroup his units before looking for maybe one bigger attack in, and this constant stream of Terran forces that have been forcing the fight basically throughout. Colossus on the left side looks a bit exposed. Guardian Shield pops up, and the Nexus goes down, so if nothing else, I think HeroMarine guarantees that this game goes on in his favor. But, yeah, to be fair, I mean, the Zealots actually doing a good job of kind of slowing the Marauders down. The Colossus did live on that left-hand side. Lemon pushes it back. It's just you push it back after losing the Nexus. And losing the Nexus did feel inevitable, but man, it really felt like we just couldn't really quite afford it as well, you know? A little bit of a shame as the Zealot Colossus pulls back through. Zealots is trying to attack up the bio. Still in a little bit of trouble as you just have Couple of Vikings, couple of Marauders, and that Starport continue online as well. The Colossus will laser beam down and get rid of 2 Widow Mines. Lemon trying to counter push through, and with 2 Colossus a little bit more powerful than he has been, but there's already a drop in the main base. HeroMarine is all over. He is consistently getting Lemon to run around silly after him. Like, Lemon has consistently got to just kind of chase HeroMarine down, which is not fun if you're Lemon. You know, because every moment that you are late to a fight means you're losing a couple of probes here, or you're losing a couple of probes there, right? Those are issues, those are problems, and that genuinely does become a, you know, a major problem as we continue onwards in this. Who is Lemon? Lemon is a Taiwanese player, has been playing for a very long time. I would say he broke out last year in the ESL regionals for Asia last year. He took down Oliveira and had some really good matches in general. He kind of became the new hope of the Chinese/Taiwanese/Asia region. Because those regions will all kind of combine together there. But yeah, he's kind of come back. He's had some good matches since coming back this year, because obviously a lot of people took breaks and took some time out and stuff because we didn't know what was going on. He's looked pretty reasonable since coming back. But he actually looked even better last year. Like, last year he genuinely looked so freaking good and so heckin' scary when he was playing. So yeah, he's not really a new face. He's been around a long time, but maybe a new face at this sort of competition level. Like I say, leveled it up a little bit last year and has really been able to stick to that pretty much. So yeah. There's some information on Lemon for you guys. As that is going to lead us to a Game 3 of this series. HeroMarine is a map away from moving to the qualifying match. Like honestly, so to give you a perspective of how good I think Lemon is, coming into this, I didn't know if HeroMarine was going to be favored. I was already questioning if we had a favorite in this. Clearly right now, after 2 games, it does seem like HeroMarine is just playing the better StarCraft 2. He is playing at a speed Lemon is not quite able to keep up with today. But I'm honestly surprised by that, because I've seen Lemon play games where I think he should be able to be a bit more in these games than he has been. So, yeah, actually, I'm a little bit surprised that it's going the way it is. Because I wouldn't surprise me if HeroMarine won, it's just that he's basically doing it without Lemon getting an opportunity. Lemon put up a much better fight against Bjorn yesterday, who I would say is typically a much better, oppressive, in-your-face Terran who doesn't let it up. If you gave me these games, like if we watched the games with player names blanked out from yesterday and today, I would say today's games look a lot more like Lemon versus Bjorn than what yesterday's games looked like, you know? So, yeah, just to give you guys a little bit of a sense of maybe, you know, how good I feel like Lemon is. Like, I really feel like he had a good shot of making it through this qualifier. Like, would it have been, he is the underdog, but I think it was doable, you know? I did not think this was like an impossible task ahead of him once he got when he got started up yesterday. Obviously now it's looking pretty impossible, down 0-2, and he must win this game, Lemon, to be able to stay alive and keep his eSports World Cup hopes alive this year. It's crazy how much pressure's on the guys today. Like, I mean, this is just the biggest tournament we've got. It's a huge event. You don't get payouts like this just for qualifying tournaments usually. Today is a big day for these players, so it's definitely something to think on. Once it come around, Rax coming through, probe coming about. Might be a playstyle thing as well. Lemon does like to play very aggressively, like Zealot Stalker and stuff, and a little bit less on the tech units. That might be something that HeroMarine is just very comfortable against as well, and that might make it look a little bit more skewed compared to my typical expectations. But he's been doing a great job of playing quickly and playing everywhere. What will be very interesting is to see HeroMarine, if he wins this today, this first matchup. He obviously would play Goblin later on. And that would be a very interesting matchup to see kind of if Goblin can kind of slow down HeroMarine, because Goblin took down Gumiho yesterday. So definitely feels like that's the kind of match we could look at a little bit. Let me just... When did Goblin and HeroMarine last play? Did they play in the European qualifiers? They might have done. I didn't get to see a bunch of those. Yeah, they did. Upper bracket round of 8, Goblin 3-2 HeroMarine. That's very interesting. It's a rare one that they play against each other, actually. And it's their only match since 2024. So, yeah. Well, we'll see if we get there, obviously. Lemon still stood in the way of HeroMarine. It's a difficult task for Lemon, but better not call it, we should not be calling it impossible. What's up, Shepard, PHX, how you doing? Thank you for the 9-month resub on the Prime, appreciate it. Thanks for supporting us, keeping the love up lately, guys. I appreciate I've been sick, and so I've not been here as much. It's Home Story Cup next week. I think what we're probably going to be doing is we're probably going to delay European League to start after Home Story Cup. Because like I say, I'm just not, I'm just completely behind on my admin work because I've been sick. So I think we'll do that, and then we'll be the next couple of days. Like we'll have WardiTV Mondays tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna do Tuesday, Wednesday. We'll find something, I'm sure. So yeah, I appreciate the support. Is the TLDR? While I appreciate I've maybe not been live as much or doing as much as we usually would. I promise you guys, WardiTV attorneys are coming back very soon. Cyclone looking for Mr. Hallucination. Gonna take that down. Charging the Stalker building up. The Cyclone Marines and the Medevac on the way through as well. So just bringing a little bit of this all into play. Sentry is going to hit the Reaper. And the Cyclone is actually going to get the Sentry. Oh, love that. And this third base is super fresh. So not a lot of HP on it. Just going to have to cancel it. The Stalkers were on the way out from the main to defend the third. But now we're going to jump into the main base. So HeroMarine abusing the movement of his opponent and taking complete advantages. This Medevac will go down. The Stalker's having to dive through the Marines to get the Cyclone. From here, we shouldn't have to lose another Stalker unless it gets stuck in the corner. See how much the Marines push forward. Well, we didn't even micro it back there, so... Losing 2 is really... would be really bad. I mean, at this point, as Lemon, you're trying to minimize losses. Resources lost is better for HeroMarine here, which... I don't think you should ever win the resource loss war when you essentially just trade straight up with a Cyclone Marine drop into Stalker Sentry. Like, it just... That doesn't really feel like it makes a lot of sense to me. That doesn't really feel like it's how it should be, but... it's kind of what just happened. So, yeah, HeroMarine taking a very good trade for himself here initially. That's definitely turned into a rough start for Lemon already. It's just early, but a rough start, I think it's hard to really deny. So stalking the Sentry, gathering up, will take a couple of moments. Favor and a few Marines going to step through onto the map. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and +1 all coming in as well. So just getting all of that in production for the moment. Medevac unloads a Cyclone, and now the few Marines begin to unload as well. So opportunity to keep the damage going here. HeroMarine definitely doing a great job of keeping up the pressure so far. Belts and Stalker stepping through. That Medevac just going to lift up and is going to slide on out of there. So we escape away for the moment. Dropping an assimilator down as we go. And the few Marines and the Cyclone together going to go after a few more probies. Looking for some kills. Zealot going to try and charge up. Another couple of Zealots coming over as well. Got Blink coming through on the Twilight Council. Once again, Stim Combat and +1 coming online. The extra barracks are on the way. It's the HeroMarine stepping toward the middle of the map here. Again, Stim Combat and +1 will be done shortly, and that gives you the upgrades to really push on in with the 2-0 lead. HeroMarine is looking to move into that qualifying match if you can just win a game. Number 3 here on ley lines. Cyclone, the Marines now coming in the right side. Forces are warping on that natural expansion corner immediately. Again, Lemon has not done a good job of keeping on top of HeroMarine's units. It's always him running in after the HeroMarine's units have dropped or after they've attacked somewhere. Preemptively getting units in place would be a really big positive for Lemon. If you could kind of do that and do that consistently, it would really solve a lot of his issues in this matchup. But obviously that is a pretty big ask. That's basically asking, you know, hey Lemon, just know where he's going to attack, you know, perfectly move your army around. Just play 10, you know, play that well, you know. It's as simple as that, bro. Doesn't really add up, does it? As we are going to see Bio stepping through. A couple of turrets going down. Zealot's getting chased. Colossus locked onto for a few moments. Zealot Stalker coming back around the right. The hallucination will come in as well. Step straight forward. A couple of Widow Mines are going to get blasted. And we are going to have our Zealot Stalker Colossus pushing straight into this. Siege tank going down. The Marines are going to try and split apart. Lemon with a better fight than what we've had before. These Colossus especially have been the backbone. Still alive, still healthy. Stalkers blink. They messed up. They moved a little bit on the wrong direction. They missed the chance to actually get the kill on that full medevac. Very unfortunate in what should have been very likely an opportunity to genuinely... Yeah, I think an opportunity to genuinely just get another 10 supply down in this game from HeroMarine. Would it be nice because it takes away some of his ability to kind of keep on dropping while having also a stable army at home? I'm going to say that because obviously we're dropping right now into the natural. And once again, Lemon is not preemptively in position. He's running over here to deal with this, and that to me is truly the story of this game, that Lemon is always the... He's always the... It sounds dumb, but he's always the cat, and the HeroMarine is the mouse, but in this case, the mouse is actually dealing a lot of damage to the cat by running around, and the cat is chasing. You actually want to be the mousetrap, you know? That's the worst analogy of all time, but be the mousetrap, not the cat, right? Don't be chasing the Terran units around. Be in position for when the Terran units show up already. As the Zealot Colossus. That is the most horrendous analogy I think I've made. I'm not very good at making analogies, but that was really out there as just being dumb. As Bio continues to come over to that left-hand side. T2 upgrades are on the way from HeroMarine, +2 attack on the way from Lemon, so he will be trailing on armor upgrades for a significant amount of time, it would seem. Robot Facility and the Nexus, both on the way through. The Immortal and the +2 attack upgrade coming online as well. A couple Colossus there. I'm just going to laser down a whole bunch of stuff. Stalkers, the Colossus gathering together. We just have the medevacs coming through the bottom again. Vikings on the way up, Marine Marauder on the way through, +1 ship weapons, 2 upgrades. That Disruptor going to start chrono boosting out of the Robo Facility as well, so just bringing that straight online. Dark Shrine, a pretty fun addition at the moment as well, as the extra gates and Immortals continue to produce the 2-2, the ship weapons, Ghost Academy, Marine Marauder medevac. We'll continue by. Stalkers blink underneath. I'm going to go after those medevacs. One of them gets low, but does not quite go down for the moment. Medevac just on that right-hand side. He's going to boost into the back here. Going to unload, and there's Mineral Line in trouble again. Lemon's just not in position for it. He has to recall units over here. Again, it's 5 pros going down before you even begin responding. Because you're now responding to that, you're not quite fully set up for the attack at the front. So these Vikings... I mean, it was a move command, but now they're going to make sure those Colossus can't run away. The Colossus' best chance is to run into the Terran Bio, I guess. Lemon is melting, and... he did not look as good today, honestly, as he did yesterday against Beyond. He has just not looked comfortable in this series at all. HeroMarine, like I say, it's weird because I feel like HeroMarine has outpaced him in a way I would have expected Beyond to have outpaced him. I wonder if server has a big effect on Lemon here. Because obviously yesterday against Beyond he played, probably played an Asian-based server. And today he's probably playing an A thing for the Chinese/Taiwanese competitors is always a little bit rough. So... I'm not trying to make excuses for him. I'm just thinking because he really does not feel like he's quite as up to shape here today. He had more opportunities and looked a little bit more solid against Bjorn, even if he did lose that 0-3 as well. Fortunately for Lemon, it seems like he's not quite eSports World Cup caliber here this year. There's 2 more Colossus hopping on through. Stalker's gathering at the front, another Nexus going down. Headed back up to the upper left-hand side. Widowmine goes off. A Zealot or 2 getting eaten up. A few Marines are going to be there. Hitting at those Zealots as well. More Biostim in from the left side. Going to chase those Zealots out of here. One more scan to keep an eye on the rest of those units. And Bio still setting up in the middle of the map. More Stalkers warping in. We get a couple of Immortals morphing as well. Here those probes begin to drop. And the Stalkers put that away. Again, we are at a point here where HeroMarine is 190 to 173 supply. So he's in a comfortable spot. I mean, Lemon is not dead. But again, it just... the way I cast the game, right, is very HeroMarine focused. Like, it's HeroMarine's looking good here, or HeroMarine's doing that. And that is because that's where the momentum of the game leads us to. And so in a lot of these scenarios, it's like Lemon is just about surviving. So that really is what he's doing. He's just about surviving, which is not really progressing his army. It's not getting better tech on the field. And right now, as he tries to attack forward, he's going to lose the Colossus. He's already lost the Zealots. Stalkers and a couple of Immortals chased away by a Bioforce there. Something that we have to kind of respect and go deal with a little bit. Now the Bio gets over, and we are going to go after a few more probes. The Vikings overhead, providing high ground vision. I mean, got the Guardian Shield. Lemon wants to try and fight this army. If you're HeroMarine, you just take this fight. This is absolutely the kind of fight you want to take. You've got way more, and it's only Zealot Stalker. There's no splash in here. Lemon has to say GG. HeroMarine will get a qualifying opportunity into the eSports World Cup play-ins, where he will be taking on Lemon. He will be taking on Goblin later today in that best of 7 to figure out if he can qualify and to figure out one of the final 2 spots for this year's eSports World Cup. I was really hoping for that payout, man. 99% of people on HeroMarine in the chat. So you guys weren't doubting HeroMarine. I don't know if I was doubting HeroMarine as much as I think Lemon has the potential, but obviously in this series today, he really did not have the potential. This was one-sided. I don't think there was a moment where I really looked at this and was like, yes, there it is. There's my boy Lemon showing us what he's made of. He looked better yesterday. He did. He looked better yesterday than he did today. HeroMarine able to get that 3-0. And he is a best of 7 TVP away from the eSports World Cup. Only Goblin stands in his way. Alrighty, guys. We are going to be taking a couple of moments. Obviously, they typically have a little bit of ad time right now. So, typically some ads and stuff. It's usually about 8-9 minutes from one series ending to the next starting in the last, at least yesterday. So, that's probably what we're looking at here today as well. So just a heads up that we're going to be 8-9 minutes waiting. And then obviously the next matchup is Astrea versus Gumiho. And then HeroMarine takes on Goblin. And then Young takes on Astrea or Gumiho. So that's what is in store for us here today still. Coming up in the next little while. Exciting, exciting. I put the prediction up already as well for Astrea Gumiho, so if you want to bet them channel points on the Twitch channel, you're very welcome to. And go wild. Get your bets in. I'm going to keep talking just until I hit the break screen, then I'm going to take a couple moments myself, guys, and still trying to rest up the voice a little bit here and there when possible, so yeah, it's just a little heads up to that. As there is the break screen. Perfect. I will be back in a couple minutes as well, guys. He'll be back in probably about 5 minutes, so we'll wait on that, and we'll get ready to go. I'll be. Hello guys, just a reminder that I am here just letting the timer count down. I don't have much to add in waiting, so just letting that timer count down. We'll be back on casting as soon as we come back, so, well, maybe a couple of minutes, but you guys get the idea. You guys get the ideas. Alright, and hope everyone's doing well. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you all. So we've got a couple minutes. I'll come back and talk properly, I guess, when we come back. Otherwise, I need to save my time buying, my time buying talk for when we're buying time before the game starts, not just the countdown. So, yeah, we'll be a couple minutes, guys. It is Gumiho Astrea coming up next. I'm not crazy, right? That countdown just went from 1:30 to just nothing, right? But whoa, they're in game. Just get a live replay in that 1:21 into game. What the? Well, they really pulled a fast one on us there, no? I feel like some admin started this this game at a couple minutes earlier than what the production said. So all good. We are back and we are ready to run into the game. So well, there you go. Maybe I was just feeling. Here's me talking about having to wait to do the buying time thing, but we didn't have to buy any time at all. All right, Gumiho vs Astrea, best of 5 coming up as we get ready to start this series. Gumiho losing a Goblin yesterday. Astrea losing a Lambo, but Astrea in a PVT. Be interesting to see how he does there as we get this up and running. We'll see what is going to take place. We'll see what's going to happen. Let me get this underway. Admin, screw this, got players 3. I know, right? Like, this admin was just like, no, we will start this game right now. We can't wait another minute and 20 seconds and then like 30 seconds for them to do the intro-y thing that they do. Like, no way. We are starting. They really did get started, didn't they? Jeez. No chill from our admin. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication. Maybe they just put too much time on the timer as well, to be fair. I mean, to be fair, I just don't... the players are clearly ready. I don't think, once the ads have played, you don't really need that timer to stay there, right? You can only run a, set amount of ads as well, so... Alrighty, guys. So, Gumiho Astrea, what a fascinating matchup. 2 players that have made their names in StarCraft 2 by really being pioneers of their own playstyle. Gumiho has always been this player who's been creative Terran. He's been a very kind of out there with your build orders guy. And Astrea has also been the North American hope who, honestly, sometimes was ahead of the meta. He was playing masses of Blink Stalkers in PvZ way before Blink Stalkers was super common as a way to play the PvZ. He's really always had his own little kind of twang on things, and right now he maybe plays a bit more standard, but he's also been that kind of creative guy at times in the past as well. He's given us a lot of great games. These two have both given us a lot of great games in the history of StarCraft 2. As they look to try and qualify here today. Lose this and you will not be at the eSports World Cup. Win this and you get to that qualifying match against Ryung. But obviously it's a lot on the line, guys. I mean, this is also... we talk about eSports World Cup. We don't know. Like, this might be the last kind of World Championship caliber or level tournament StarCraft 2 gets. This is the last time that these guys who have been at multiple World Championship level events in the past may get to play at that sort of a level. So, this is a huge series right now. And today is a day of heartbreak for many and a day of joy for 2. 2 out of the remaining 6 will make it. Well, remaining 5, because obviously Lemon is no longer going to be there. Again, we know one of those slots is going to go to either HeroMarine or Goblin in the qualifying match that starts up after this best of 5. Excited to see how that turns out. Sentry, once it drops a force field on the ramp, the Hellion will take some damage. The Stalker and Sentry together will clean that up. As we just have the medevac flying into the main base. Getting a little bit of a lift up on some units. We're just going to relocate ourselves back around for a little bit as well. 2 more Stalkers warping in. Blink coming online. Medevac still boosting over as we just see the couple moments of setting up right here. A couple Marines going in after that hallucination. And the medevac going to drop into the natural expansion right away now. So into the natural we go as we get this started and look to try and put some pressure on. So there's a few Marines on load. We got a Proby that's already being chipped away at. And again, a couple of workers going down. A couple of Widow Mines can get burrowed up. And try and apply some pressure from around the back, perhaps, as the rest of those pros going to come back in. We blink in. Wow, brave play from Astrea. Obviously, he loses the Stalker instantly to the Widow Mine, but the medevac goes down. Nothing will get away. We lost, what, 2 Stalkers? Actually, it didn't seem that bad, but we do also lose 3 probes, so there was a cleanup as Gumiho. Yesterday, one of his faults and one of the reasons he kept getting in some bad positions, the Marine tank Banshee pressure just never really hit home against Goblin. And he ended up in some weird positions where I felt like he was doing very well, but it wasn't quite enough in the end. Hallucination going to be right there as the Stalkers get ready for the potential jump in. The siege tank building on this factory going to be immediately exposed. It just pops out at the worst possible time as those Stalkers are right there. Got a couple of shots off, but nothing much. Can we at least kill one Stalker? We will. The Marines able to cut them off on their attempted escape. And Astrea gets punished a little bit for being there as the Liberators will go after the probes. And Astrea did not see that his Stalker was within reach, so a mistake made. A little messy on both sides so far as a couple of workers go down from both players. And Astrea is going to put some damage in. We got charge coming up right now on the Twilight Council, so that will be coming through. Templar Archive still coming online as well. Barracks moves over to the Tech Lab starport. Going to land on the right-hand side. Another barracks finishing up very shortly. It's got that charge coming through. The Observer and a few more probes coming about. Templar Archives and the Gateways building as well. And the Hallucination still sitting and chilling overhead. The Marines going back and forth. Raven now overhead as we're going to be seeing a couple of order turrets going down, a couple of probes already dropping. It's going to be 3 workers going down, so really good damage there off the order turret to begin with. The Storm and the Charge both being brought online right now, so we get that all up, ready to continue. Five probes dropping down, just going to be having ourselves the order turret fading away there in the end. And again, charging the Storm, continue to come through. Simpact Combat Shield and the +1 coming up, also bringing that online. Now, these Stalkers are going to try and get a couple of units, but as the tank siege, this should be a pretty safe haven for Gumiho. That third base should be pretty manageable to defend. Don't think that that's going to turn into too much of a problem for him, as Gumiho is actually even going to knock down the rock tower here, so collapsing those rocks down in front of his base. He's playing a lot more chilled out than what he was playing yesterday. Yesterday, he was really up and in the face of Goblin and being super aggressive throughout. At the start of this series, he's playing a much more kind of comforting, I'm just going to set up kind of game. And, yeah, the Observer actually moved a little bit, so it looked as though Gumiho was hunting for it. But it moved a bit afraid of Gumiho kind of making a stim over in that direction. It does actually survive, and that gives Astrea the vision to make plays on medevacs and just around some of these units over the next little bit. Observer flying through, the Raven going to be right there as we have the Ghost on the way, armor upgrade, concussive shells coming about, Vikings on the way as well here from Gumiho still, so still bringing those up and into action. We have got the +1 attack upgrade, a couple of High Templar building as well. So all of that's still coming through as the Robobay and Forge also continue to come online. I think it's going to siege. Your Widowmine settles over to that right side a little bit there. And a couple of Vikings still making their way forward. Just joining together in the middle of the map. Stalker begins to hit the rocks a little bit. A little bit of damage to the single High Templar. We'll get jumped on by a Marine, and that Marine will push the High Templar away for a little. Stalker's going to be there, and the Marine will go down already. Nice Storm onto a little bit of the bio. Still 2 Vikings and the Raven gathering together. Widowmine steps a bit further forward once more as the units join in. Top of sensor tower out in the front. Again, Bio on the medevacs. Still gathering. Plus 2 attack, plus 1 armor. Standard thermal lance on the way through. The Colossus in production as well. It's going to be having, again, a bit more bio just pumping out of those barracks as we speak. So getting those numbers out, getting those numbers rolling. Couple gates in the robo facility coming through as well. Astrea is sitting here at 180 supply to the 180 of Gumiho. Everyone is really kind of building up for a big game. You know, what we've really not had in this qualifier is, honestly, big back and forth matches where both players have had, you know, I think Goblin Gumiho was actually probably the best series yesterday, and it had a little bit of that. But I wouldn't even say that was truly like epic late game. It felt like that was always drips and drabs of army. This feels much more like we're getting into a true late game. Players are really teched out, healthy armies, really just ready to, you know, fully throw themselves at each other here over the next few moments. Plus, in the middle of the map is not going to be punished for stepping too far forward, so in fact just cleans up a scouting marine. And otherwise we continue to maneuver as the Colossus gathered together. Guardian Shield coming down, nice storm onto a couple of the Marauders, and this, they're going to end up getting popped pretty quickly. Fire still gathering on that right hand side as well, and a scan coming through, keeping an eye on a little bit of what's going on. Oh, nice storm onto the bio. Now the Zealot's charge through. Siege Tank going to go down. A couple of feedbacks onto the Ghost. Storm is going to be there. Still looking for another. I was going to say Storm, but he actually went for the feedback, which cost you the Ghost's life. I almost would have just liked him to drop the Storm and try and get the High Templar away a little bit sooner. So the High Templar going down, not the Ghost. I think I spoke on that one. So yeah, maybe would have just liked to see the High Templar, or just not do anything, just run back with the army and keep a High Templar alive. One feedback there feels very worthless. Doesn't really feel like you get much out of it, you know? Fusion Core coming up. Gumiho, yeah. This is absolutely going to tech into just very late game. People actually getting tech units up and running. This is what this qualifier has been missing. Some truly epic later game action. Of course, it's Astrea and Gumiho to give it to us. It's a very typical Astrea game. Astrea has a lot of his games going to like the later stages. They play very fun macro against each other. Gumiho is not afraid of that kind of stage of the game either. He is absolutely content to enter that sort of phase a lot of the time too. How this first game goes may depend how much he kind of accepts this game going in that kind of direction for the rest of the series, but for now, not a bad little opening trot. There's a couple scans coming down. Keeping an eye on things. Stalkers, Colossus, Sentry, High Templars moving about. Guardian Shield up, the Marine goes down. Bunch of cannons and batteries going to go down over on the top left side as Astrea has taken both corner bases. And both of those up and online right now is going to be a pretty big deal in these next few moments. Obviously, again, if you continue to mine off those and Gumiho does not stop them, then it really does begin to feel like you just get like kind of a, I'm not going to say endless, but like a very strong economy that can just continue to come on through on repeat almost. Gathers on that right hand side, the 2 more Stargates coming up, +1 air weapons and +3 attack upgrade coming through. The Widow Mines are burrowed up here and there as well, as we just have the Ghost Academy, command centers and missile turrets all building. Is set up on that right hand side, so they will get ready. Stalkers come forward, Widow Mine will fall. EMP just drops straight on in. Again, we have 3-3 and the advanced ballistics continue to come through. Forge, chrono boosting, it's going to be the +3 armor coming straight through there. And upgrades are definitely getting into a great stage of this game right now. Everyone's going to have 3-3. All the additional upgrades are coming online as well. 98 workers. Yeah, Astrea's got a lot of workers, but That's fine. He's got the bases to mine from. And honestly, as long as fights aren't happening, he's not even being punished for having lower army supply. That's kind of the craziest part of this, is that you're not actually getting punished for having lower army supply right now, so you're just gonna keep getting away with it, man. Like, this is amazing for Astrea. Like, he loves this situation. This is great for him. It's exactly what he wants this to be. Marauders do get rid of one high template. Going after the pylon, the cannons. It's not really something you can kind of just move through easily, and those few Marauders will just get caught, so they will fall. And when I said truly kind of, you know, this is what I meant when I said, like, it felt like we're entering a late, proper kind of juicy later game. Yeah, Gumiho Goblin was scrappy games that went long. This is like cannons, batteries, big armies, tech units, many you know, this truly is what we really kind of like to endeavor as late games, so very, very exciting. Observer, sieging up, sieging down. We got double nuke on the way. Gumiho with double Ghost Academy to get 2 nukes at once, so gonna try and cause some chaos in this game with the nukes. Absolutely worth it. Why the hell not? 100% respect that decision.
Ghost reporting.
Almost pulls out to that right side. Bio Ghosts coming through. Vikings going to be there. Let's see the Observer getting taken out. We're just going to be seeing the Marines going to get there. An Observer will fall. Missile turret look to drop into places. A couple of snipes coming through once more. And Vikings +2 vehicle plating and attack coming up. We have the rest of the missile turrets dropping down as well. That's going to charge on through on that right-hand side. Damage being done. Marine Marauder coming over. A couple of SCVs getting caught for the moment. It's kind of about one way than the other still currently, as we just have CC pulling out to that right side. Look at the bank from Astrea. 10k, 6k. Because there's just been no trades, and he's been allowed to sit on the 100 workers. There's been no way to kind of slow that bank from building, right? Like, he really has gone unpunished for having that amount of economy. And Storm comes down. Ghost going to take some shots again. Structure tab always looks a little bit silly for a Terran. So you have a couple of EMPs. The thing is, from Astrea, he has to be super careful fighting because, again, his army supply is going to be low. So he's got to be very careful about how he takes the engagements because he just does not have the setup that Gumiho has in terms of army. It might be worth him at some point soon getting rid of some of these probes, opening up a little bit more space for army on the map. Fighting like 115 to 130 army is very different to fighting like 100 versus 130, right? Like, there's a lot more army you can begin to add on in here without and still have it add value, especially as you go into air units. Gumiho is going to start using the nukes here to play a bit of cleanup. Obviously clean out some of the stack defense and make some room already. Bunch of cannons going down there, so that's an effective nuke to open with on that right side. As Astrea will send some zealots up through the middle. Missile turret taking some damage going down. Missile turret going down in a moment too. That's about it for the zealots, so not super exciting. There's so many observers, jeez. That's even more wild, right? Because observers are taking up supply as well. Like, Astrea's actual fighting army is not strong. It's just not sizable at all. He's obviously got a ton of rebuild potential, which is another way he can still win fights in these scenarios, but man, I do feel like he should give us some workers. That said, I guess soon he's going to be mining out the bases, and I guess that's when he's going to be actually going for it. Get rid of a few zealots. High tempo there. They're very nearly going down. Not quite, though. +3 vehicle weapons, +3 ship weapons. Continue to come through. The Stalker going to get healed a little bit by the battery. There's the Bio and the Ghosts gathering together. Then we're pulling back around. We still have a lot of missile turrets just coming into the middle of the map here, so getting those up into the center. We have got the Bio going after some of the cannons as well, so cannons taking some shots. One storm coming down, good connection. A lot of Marauders taking damage as well. Cannons will do the cleanup. I mean, this is the problem for Gumiho, is that Astrea is finding all of the trades. It's finding all of the value in this so far, because he's just getting static defense to trade against units. So that's why Gumiho needs to try and find an answer. $18,000 minerals, nearly 10,000 gas banked. As these two have been very happy to just, I want to say split this map, but you know, realistically, it's Astrea has taken way more bases, and then Gumiho has been happy to sit on his own and, yeah, you know, trying to handle it to some extent. Not let it get too out of whack. And there goes some of the probes. Like I say, this was kind of inevitable because at some point you just don't have the mineral patches to keep those workers on. Like, this is the great thing from Astrea, is that he's going to mine out the map so quickly that now he can give up a bunch of probes and now play a much lower worker count because he doesn't need a mine anymore. And then you can have a way higher army supply. So Gumiho not finding a way to do anything in recent history, I feel like is constantly coming back to bite him at the moment. Still has 86 probes Astrea, but I really feel like we can cut that down to like the 50s or so soon. He's been good at sniping those ghosts as well, stopping those from getting too many of the nukes off. That Thor goes nowhere as well. 6 Vikings on the way as we're really respecting the power of the Tempests that are in play at the moment. So getting those Vikings up and trying to get an air army that can realistically combat in return. For the Storm, high Tempest take damage, the Vikings coming back through. Missile turrets building up, +3 vehicle plating on the way in, and a few cannons on the way up as well. Just have ourselves the little revelation going down. Couple missile turrets going to get hit. Tempest going to fire forward. Siege tank and take some shots. The Vikings there going to go after and get rid of an OBS. Tempest still putting some work in. Middle of the fight in the center. Resources lost is like 12,000 each. That's so funny. What Gumiho needs though is he needs to trade super efficiently. Because A, he can't rebuild all at once as much as Astrea can. And B, like, Astrea is going to mine out an entire base over Gumiho. That's kind of a big deal. Resources lost makes it look like a 9-minute game. Yeah. Shows you just how inactive the two armies were in the build up to this point. Another nuke launches up into the sky. The Tempest looking to try and zone those Vikings away already. Nuke looking to land the cannons. Gonna take some shots there. Astrea can't deny the ghost. Bit of stack defense going down is very affordable for him right now. Look at Astrea's mining. He's mining 2.5 times as many minerals and twice as much gas as his opponent still. It's just the fact that he has those corner bases. That's 2 bases that Gumiho doesn't have. I mean, can 6 bases really compete with 8 bases? Like, you're just seeing, like, Gumiho's getting to the point of having mined out himself, honestly. It's just Astrea has the bank of 2 additional bases in there, so like I say, the trades from Gumiho from here on out have to be absolutely fantastic. Wow, he actually might deny this base with some resources left on it. He might be able to take control down there. I mean, obviously it's mined out, but if you can mine something here, that's better than having nothing off of this. Get the snipe on a High Templar again. That's kind of the efficiency we're talking about. I'm kind of worried that these nukes are just not actually worth it anymore. Don't get me wrong, I understand the need to break through some of the static defense, but nukes are not cheap or free either, right? So that definitely feels like perhaps a bit of a problem. It's pulling back, disruptors coming back through. I'm just gonna have ourselves the army settling. Unit tab showing you what's up. 14 Tempest. There are 6 Thors in play, but it's about getting those Thors into the fights. That's going to be the challenge here. Tempest find another siege tank from afar. Yep, Gumiho land this base here. Any minerals, any gas, you take it. Why the hell not? Money is money. As Gumiho, you can't fuss over the fact it's only 700 minerals or something, right? You just gotta take whatever you can get still. It being so nice. I mean, the power of that stack defense holding Gumiho off that base for so long was huge. If Gumiho could have gone to that base 5 minutes sooner, it's a much more kind of it's much more resources available, right? And then it's a very different kind of game. Then you actually have a little bit difference of a balance of how well you have to trade from this point on. A little bit more room to actually make something happen. Double nuke. Cannons going down. Was that Prism on the left side that went down as well? I'm not sure if I saw that correctly. Ooh, Storm. Feedback, but the Thor does get out and he's going to try and find some trades as well. And Gumiho is pushing forward, and you're starting to see the issue for Astrea is the 130 army supply. He really needs to get rid of 50 well, not 50 workers, but some workers still, I think. Like, right now, you're seeing a situation where I think this Terran tech army is truly getting a very solid push in. And it has that potential to maybe trade well enough that nuke actually lands amongst the Stalkers. This game's getting busy. Astrea taking some losses. 4 more Thors as we are looking for an answer to the Air Force. Astrea can lose this game. It sounds crazy, but even with that money in the bank, if he takes a fight where he gets wiped, and then he has to rebuild cheap units that Gumiho can still trade well against, that's how you lose this game. That's Gumiho's path to victory. And the last few fights feel as though Gumiho's done a lot of good. Now, that might just be Astrea picking and choosing his moment, looking for the chance to kind of take the best fight that he thinks he can take, because all Astrea needs is one dominating fight. And it's very possible he can kind of push through. The Tempest here going to show the power of something like that. The Disruptor shot, good for Ghost as well. Nice catch from Astrea. As these late game armies continue to maneuver around the upper left side, figuring out how they're potentially going to attack. Almost 30 minutes here. Like I said, it's the kind of the game we've been missing in these qualifiers. The super long macro games. And Astrea and Gumiho give it to us in game 1 of their series. The Wooden Mine shot fires up. Well, top left base will go down. That one's very mined out, though. Even the refineries you can see are mined out, so... Oh, yes, yeah. The geysers, sorry. So, not much to really take there for the Terran. Can still mule up a couple of minerals, why not? Straight down to 43 probes, so he has much more army supply at any point in time. Gumiho actually has a Raven mixed in here as well. In addition, as the Disruptors are not close enough to go for the siege tank. The probes on the long distance mining. Yeah, take every mineral you can take away from Gumiho. Requires him to be even more efficient. He's already got an uphill task in terms of efficiency. They're looking to get even more of that force basically right now. The Revelation comes down, keeping track of this. Disruptor shot fires, but does not connect. Disruptor shot actually hits the center of the Thors. Now, obviously, it doesn't kill them, but it does damage them. And even with repairs, you don't have money to repair forever, right? So that is damage that goes toward getting rid of this army a little bit. The Tempest taking some braver shots forward. They maybe start shooting at some of the Thors as well. Gumiho's going to give up that bottom right, so those few probes long distancing will provide a few more minerals to Astrea's bank account rather than Gumiho getting them added to his own. $26,000 minerals, guys. Astrea has 40,000 resources in the bank. That really is kind of unheard of. I don't even know what Astrea is still doing with 40 workers. Like, I don't know where they're even mining. I was just gonna get through. Sense Tower will go down. Starts taking damage. The Viking stepping forward. Ghosts and Thors coming by as we just have. Now I'm on the left hand side here from Astrea, stepping through. Revelation onto some of the Thors. Resource lost still about 29,000. There's just no way Gumiho can stay in this game, like, unless the fight is so good for him. I mean, he's not even going to have a rebuild at this point. He's only got 2,500 gas remaining. Can Macfield accelerate at this point? Jeez. Nice snipes, but does not make up for the Thor loss on the top side. Don't understand the mass Thor. It was his answer to the Sky Toss, just he's never been able to take a fight. Which is kind of the big issue right now altogether. Disruptors landed into the Thors. Little shot still coming through. Anti-armor missile gonna connect. Vikings firing back. Tempest still taking damage. Shot is going to get a Thor this time as well. I mean, there's just... it's hard to make this exciting because this is just Gumiho bleeding out. Like, there's no excitement to this. Gumiho needs to take one big astounding fight and all he's doing is falling back and taking free damage. And the difference in bank just tells you how severe it is for Gumiho. Like, we can see how severe it is. Like, this fight has to be tremendously good for him. Astrea realistically has like 2 more armies in him. And Gumiho's army is not unkillable. The frustrating thing for Astrea is that, I guess, it's not really frustrating because he's in such a good spot, but I guess from the viewer's perspective, the frustrating thing is that Astrea has to play slow. because he doesn't want to lose the entire army and then die because he can't rebuild in time. And his army is better at playing slowly. So he just plays slow and picks off a unit here and there, even though it feels like he's got the resources to do things a lot more quickly. He doesn't need to with this army. This game feels very much so done at this point. Again, don't love to take the excitement away from it, but sometimes the solution is kind of set in stone already. How much production does he have? I don't actually know. I'd love to be able to be in game right now and actually click around and check. The Brita goes down. Thor's still stepping across. Tempest taking damage. Tempest firing. Thors really do take a whole bunch of shots there. Resources lost now in favor of Astrea. Again, like, there's just not been anything that suggests Gumiho is going to come out with a solution for this. Well, if nothing else, Gumiho should not be passive for the rest of this series. The thing is, there's being passive, and then there's like literally doing nothing for the entire game. This is it. This is the attempted fight. It looks hilarious because the chase down from by Thors is the slowest, most hilarious thing ever. You could honestly just warp in Zealots and win this, I think. No. Astrea kites back and does not give Gumiho the big game-ending fight he's looking for. Astrea hasn't even built anything yet. He's like, can I win this game with 31,000 minerals in the bank, actually? He's gonna try. Man, just the Thor HP just dropping as the Disruptors hit it. There's really not much else to add. There we go. Stalkers will be warped in. Astrea has to go down to 28,000 resources in the mineral account. Oh no, Astrea. I hope he took out a loan. Hope he got a good interest rate, because I don't know how he's going to afford paying that one off. Yep, this is, this game had cool potential. Just the players never really... I mean, Astrea rightly so, because his army was the one that could absolutely get away with just sitting there. Gumiho just did not appropriately manage this game at all. Plain and simple. GG. Very anticlimactic GG, because we saw this coming about 10 minutes ago, I think. Astrea takes map number 1. What a weirdly passive game from Gumiho. That was so strange. Alright guys, we're going to take a moment, and I'm just going to actually have my lunch real quick, so I'll be right back with you, coming in for game 2 of Astrea Gumiho. Hopefully, with a little bit more action. Alright guys, sorry, just finished my lunch. Give me 1 sec. Last couple bites. Alright, ley lines for map number 2 of this best of 5. In the bottom left, Astrea, and we're blue. Protoss, and in the top right, Gumiho, our red Terran. I mean, I want to say don't play another macro game, Gumiho, but honestly, like, there's so many things in the macro game he could have changed to not end up in this scenario. He had no reason to play as passively as he did, realistically. Like, this was passive to a whole new level. I don't think I've ever seen a bank that large in StarCraft 2. Maybe way back in, like, Swarm Host era. You know? He just had no game plan. He just had no way to get back on the map or anything. So Firefly the bank like that once. Yeah, I'm sure it happens, but like, it's one of those things where it's like it is that kind of level of crazy that we just saw, which is kind of wild. Kind of wild. Well, we reset into a new match here. Game 2, ley line's gonna be our map. Wondering what the heck is gonna happen. How the hell this is gonna go. There's the SEC going about, Twilight Council and a couple of probes on the way. I'm feeling bad from being sick. Yeah, I'm actually feeling way better today. I think the heat dying off a little bit is like helping as well. I don't know how much of it was still being sick versus just like it was suddenly really freaking hot, and that crossed it. Like having a bit of a sniffle and a cough and just not feeling good when it's like hot is like terrible. So Central chilled out today, so I'm feeling good. I'm definitely feeling way better. Even way better than just yesterday, to be honest. Which is nice. He's in the corner, get a little clean up. Will I be in fit shape for Home Story? Yes, I'll be at Home Story. Yeah, I'm good. I will be at Home Story on Thursday. Well, Home Story starts Friday. I'll be in Craftworld on Thursday. Couple Marines, Hellions coming about. As we are going to dive in here, Gumiho looking for early damage. He puts so much damage on the Stalker. Even the Hellions stopped to hit that Stalker there, which I do not love. They could have been up in this main base like 5 seconds sooner. Like way earlier. They do very well in this main base, and like I say, if they were here earlier, maybe we have even more than 6 workers killed. So an okay start for Gumiho, but still one where it felt as though he actually maybe could have done better for himself. One more Stalker warping in. He's gonna get that. Rocks go down. The siege tank gonna be sieging. We have our attack upgrade coming through on the engineering bay, as well as again that straight through refinery building up as well. And Stim and that +1 continue to come online for the moment as the hallucination flies to the upper right. Marines and tanks in the center together will actually get a good shot from the Stalkers, one of them back already. This nation's just taking a little bit more damage. That's that now. Oh yeah, sorry, I just saw the messages on YouTube, but yeah, between games, there's no sound because we're casting off a clean feed. So if you see Roddy and ZG talking, it's just a clean feed. I can talk over it, but last time around I was just taking a moment or two. So yeah, there was no sound between the last games, just in case that confused anyone. My bad. But yeah, Gumiho is pushing. Marine tank is pressing forward a little. Gets rid of a medevac early, so you lose the healing possibility here as Gumiho Astrea going to continue to try and deal with these Marines as they step through. There's a few Zealots in the back as well with a sentry available. Charge not done yet, but given the few Zealots just tanking a little bit, could be nice. Going to dive forward, get rid of that first siege tank. It did get a shot off, but honestly not into the cluster of Stalkers. Second tank going down, and then it's only Marines, and that feels very manageable. And Astrea is going to shove Gumiho's army away here as it gets pushed the wrong direction. Charge, Zealots, Dark Shrine coming up, a couple of probes on the way. As Gumiho has to pull back and reset for himself a little bit. Where's the CG and Roddy stream? Twitch.tv/EWC_black. If you want to catch the main stream. If someone has the link in chat, you are very free to link it. We are co-streaming. You are very welcome to go watch the main stream. I'm just here to enjoy some games and get some time on my own channel for the weekend, you know? There's a DT's warp in and they're going to try and make that play. The cell turret building, the fact that Gumiho knows about is very good, but does he have the scan in the main? I didn't actually see that orbital from the main. It's going to be a wall off anyway, so we're going to be absolutely fine. Because shells and the armor upgrade still building into place. A couple more forges, the next coming through. Zealots are on the way up as well. Marines and a Marauder unloading, hitting the pylon already. Just going to be there. A couple of shots coming through. Zealot's going to charge in. Medevac already taking a couple of shots. Stalkers there to help push the Medevac away. DT going to be there. Marines are going to be able to turn it around, get that clean up. Marine tank still gathering together. As the CC just floats toward the third base. Well, DT gets scanned, gets cleaned out. The DT on the top side going to come through. Missile turret getting into position. Marauder going to stem across. That is going to be a scan. The Dark Templar is going to get caught and just about ekes its way out of the way there. Able to get out of there for the moment. A little bit of bio jump in toward the pylon. Zealot's taking a lot of damage. Bio continuing to trade. Zealot's getting hit the other way in return. DT coming through and a couple of SCVs getting shot at. And that Bioforce is going to continue to break onto this Nexus. The fourth base will go down. Good job from Gumiho. This army trading well and actually going to keep on diving through without Storm being ready. Gumiho can keep pressing forward. Going to load up into the main base. Love that. Just straight up looking to keep opportunities arising. And yeah, that's rough as Astrea's just not in position for it at all. Finishing a warping of Zealots and one High Templar, maybe an NG overcharge onto that into Storm or so. But right now, just losing infrastructure in the main base. We do see the Zealots that are showing up are going to sort of move in, but it's kind of tough. Like, this bio is quite chunky. And so if it gathers up together and it all joins in, it's very difficult for these Zealots in those kind of numbers to actually justify fighting into that. Yeah, very awkward for Astrea. He cannot really find the numbers to engage into this at all. And those medevacs are going to lift up, retreat away through this bottom side. So let's Stalker and try and step through. A bit of bio going to be there. Turn that rest of that army around for the moment. Zealots attack upgrade and the +2 armor coming online. Still got Cybercore, Temple Archives coming about. Army just gathering. Bio going to get a jump on a Zealot again. Just going to take that one down. Zealot's going to get there, getting a little grab as well. Still got ourselves the +2 armor upgrade coming through. Extra gates building. Zealots on the way through. Liberator Siege 2 Put some work in here as a storm comes in. Astrea gonna lose that left side base, it seems like, unless he finds a way to fight through right now. Should be able to hold his forward base, though. So we'll still be restricted to 4 bases. I mean, Gumiho's bringing reinforcements across to set up that position. Astrea actually comes around the right side to jump on a few of the units that were trying to spread out maybe a little bit too far. That's what Astrea needs. Counterattack. Get Gumiho to pay attention back at home. Bring some units back for once. Should give him an easy cleanup here. These few Marauders and the Liberator probably not going to do much, although Astrea doesn't dive on it just yet. He's actually going to position this army, potentially go into the Terran bases. And we continue to run over as the little bit of bio actually dove in and actually got some probes in the end, so I feel like Astrea made a mistake threatening to go across the map when he could have just played cleanup already. Upgrade's going to be very good for Astrea very soon, by the way. 2-2 is closing in on being done, so that will be a major advantage for Astrea. That will be a big positive in his favor. Definitely a pretty hefty plus. Pushing through, the couple Stalkers in some trouble. It's going to be seeing the Pylon in some trouble. The Probes now taking damage. High Templar coming up from the other side, drops a little Storm down. High Templar will get taken out. The Bio continuing to trade. We're going to find a bunch of the High Templar. Astrea was hesitant about dropping Storms, finally does so. Got a Widowmire 2 set up. This base just goes down. 14 Probes along with it. And Gumiho gets out there with a good amount of the Bio units as well, so they can heal up. They're ready to come again. Liberator even finds one more Stalker as a cherry on top of this entire exchange. Well, the Zealots are going to threaten to run at that army. Bioforce loads up, going to peel away to the sides. Got the Liberator there. He's going to get shot down as well, but that's even more mining that's been denied, even just a little bit. And that is adding up for Astrea. Gumiho just having much better control in this game. As the Probes pull out, we see a few more Zealots warping in again. +3 armor on the way through too. To attack coming up on the engineering bay of Gumiho as the couple Zealots still playing cleanup for a moment or so. Gumiho just taking it steady. He's in a good position. He definitely seems to know it. And he just wants to make sure he can bring this position home to victory for himself. After that first game, he doesn't want to kind of, put no pressure on, but, you can definitely overcommit as well, so you want to be a little cautious. One High Templar has energy, would have been really nice to get rid of. As we actually have the Zealots flanking around to catch a little bit of this Bioforce. The Zealots clumped on that single Widowmine for a second, but to continue through, we will make the lift up and just dive toward the bottom side. Potentially going to the main. Now other units showing up elsewhere, and the Liberator on the left side, man. And Gumiho really is making an effort to be pretty much everywhere that he can. Keeping Astrea constantly running around behind schedule. And that's the main thing, is that, again, it's the similar kind of story to what we told in Lemon versus HeroMarine. If the Protoss is running in after the Terran player, that's not good enough. You need to be in position a couple, ahead of time sometimes to create openings and kind of gaps in the game and gaps in the defense or gaps from the defense. If you're always running into the Terran when they've already dropped, the damage is going to be adding up. They're already going to be moving another set of units into position elsewhere. That's just going to get even worse for you. And that Storm actually goes pretty well, even if the High Templar goes down. Chased away on the right side as well. There is quite a lot of battered units from Gumiho, which may give Astrea some edges in some of these fights, enough to perhaps hold out. High Templar will go down. Obviously, every High Templar grab feels good for a Terran player. You do have that Zealot Stalker threatening the idea of attacking forward. You can definitely see the want to kind of commit through a little bit with it. A couple Storms coming down by our army. Taking some damage off those Storms straight away. Another High Templar looking for an opportunity to drop on in. Nice feedback on the Ghost in the front. Man, Bio Army is genuinely kind of low HP. Medevac's a low energy. It's definitely one of the ways that Astrea can win this, just because the Bio is not as healthy as it maybe could be. As Gumiho here will take that far left base down. It's been the target a couple of times over. He just looks to continue denying bases. High Templar started to walk up. Good EMP this time. Hits the first two High Templar that were looking for the Storms. Oh, High Templar in the back, but they take a lot longer to get into play. Bio, though, is still beaten up a little bit. The longer this fight goes, the more we're going to have to stim. And if we stim, those units are going to be low HP again. Even lower than before. And makes for easy pickings. There's a couple of Archons going to be quite tanky. So there's just a few Marauders left. We actually are going to see Astrea cleaning up absolutely everything. And in a game where it feels as though Gumiho has been pushing Astrea around and having his way, Astrea is going to stabilize the army count. And Gumiho is actually in a little bit of trouble. I guess some of the upgrades there, 2-3 against 2-1 is obviously a factor for Gumiho. So he is down on upgrades, so each fight is a little bit less efficient than you might think it would be. And another round of Ghosts in. I think Gumiho realizing that he was putting a lot of attention on kind of focusing up at the front and just going. And try and take a bit of a different approach now as we scan out CC into the center. Observer setting right there is going to keep an eye on that Terran army as well, Astrea. Doesn't he want to pull the trigger anywhere? Supplies are evening out, and Astrea is going to start actually getting to take expansions without being immediately kind of punished for them now. That's going to be a very different vibe to what we've seen before now as well. High Templar down that bottom side, the rest of the Bio gathering up, Ghosts as well. Just 3M+2 on the way through, the Marine Marauder still producing in. A little Storm and a cannon shot, helping to ward that Terran army away again. Stimming down. We'll get rid of a chunk of Zealots. Storm on the right side. Coming through, that High Templar will get picked away at. Bio still chasing. Another couple of High Templar coming through there. Storm is good. Bio just about able to escape away. One more Storm. This High Templar still being chased. Another Storm coming in from the top side. Zealots and the Archons getting chased out of there. Still step forward, Bio gets a High Templar again. Just going to be seeing the Zealots are still taking a lot of damage. Continue to trade out as we turn back the other direction. Again, Zealots taking damage, Archons taking damage. Gumiho just maxed, and this counter push is definitely giving Astrea some troubles, losing the base as we go. Feedback, little Storm. At least Gumiho is controlling the base count a little bit more than what he did in the previous game. We're going to see that Liberator getting taken out there as well. Still the +3 attack and the Shadow Strike coming by. Robo Facility and a Robo Bay coming up as well. Bio still trading out. The Liberator is set up nicely. Stalkers, Archons coming about. Nice little just jump forward there from some of the Stalkers as well. You have the Nexus and Refinery and the Ghost in production too. It's a lot of Zealots, but if they get caught, they will melt to enough Bio, and that is what Astrea is looking for. However, well, that's what the Gumiho is looking for, but if Astrea can take advantage of this, because obviously a lot of Terran in the bottom right at the moment, if Astrea can take advantage and hit top left at the same time, and actually Gumiho messed up the bottom right force of this bottom right army, that half kind of stopped, and so Astrea got a better fight than expected with the Zealots and some reinforcements, actually able to chase some of that unit army force away. Problem is, Zealots alone are not going to defend this location, and this base will end up going down. So another base falling alongside a whole bunch of probes. Astrea now 150 supply, 160 with the warp in. But you're still just warping in Zealot into what is such a large Bio army. Even if it's lower on HP, the Zealot's just not surviving long enough to make any significant progress. There's nothing behind them. There's Astrea. Finally, the High Templars and the Stalkers and the stuff that goes behind the Zealot showing up this time around. Actually gets a reasonable storm. Gonna scare Gumiho at the very least. I mean, Gumiho's very low HP after that as well, so he's gonna lose a lot of the units as he gets chased down. Astrea mostly down in workers right now. Because he's so far behind workers, he kind of just has to go as well. I feel like chasing and obviously just trying to take advantage of the situation when you can see your opponent's army is weak is the right kind of idea. So don't hate that from him, but he is going to lose all the High Templar there. Nice little diving from Gumiho. Group of units targeting High Templar down. Fantastic job from him. Gets a bunch of those and helps him to even up this position. Getting through, a couple of High Templars will fall. Another couple of High Templars in trouble. These are the trades especially which Gumiho loves to see. Getting rid of that splash damage, getting rid of the units that can make defenses happen with very few commitments. Astrea's doing a great job of rebuilding economy this game, as he's lost bases multiple times. His ability to re-expand and keep on pumping the probe count back up is allowing him to have had such resilience that we've seen. Without that, he really has had a lot taken away from him in this matchup, so not being crazy to expect him to, to just be sat here saying that, yeah, Astrea kind of lost a lot of workers and he lost a base or two and he just never bounced back from that, but he has got himself in a position where it's still possible to defend even still. He lost like 20 nexus this game. He has lost a lot of bases. I mean, Gumiho has been killing bases from the early stages. We're going to see it now. 7 nexus went down. 113 probes died. Only 6 SCVs in comparison. Because obviously resource loss is just slightly favorable for Gumiho. But it's a very different game where Astrea is really being kept away from just mass mining and mass basing. Like he was in that last game. That obviously makes a big difference. Liberator sieging up. This might just be the beginning of the end. I don't know how long Astrea can justify hanging in here with Liberators on top of his bases in those kind of numbers. Top left base under fire as well. So the probes there going to get pushed back. They're probably just looking toward one more fight before this is kind of going to get decided. Gumiho will be cautious about it. He knows how that first game went. He doesn't want to be overly cautious, but again, he's just got an edge. He does not want to, like I say, rush it too quickly. Not that he did much. I say like that first game, and it's not like he did much rushing around at all in that first game, let's be real. Bio will fight, couple of Zealots take damage. Stalker Zealot Archon continues to step through. Have a little bit of mine shot going off as well. Ooh, good EMPs. Those Stalkers are hurting. That army is in some serious trouble, to say the least. Step forward here. Pylon already taking some damage. Stalker's going to try and fight back onto the planetary fortress. The Bio still stepping through. The Zealot's still taking damage. It's another nice storm onto that Bio army as the Nexus continues to take hits. I mean, a base on the other side goes down, but Astrea just does not have enough to hang on in here, and he will call GG. Gumiho gets map 2, and we have got quite the series breaking out in this best of 5. 1-1 tied up. And we've been kind of saying it. We've kind of been missing the back and forth competitive series. Gumiho able to take a game 2 here, making this one competitive. After game 1 was actually very dominant by Astrea. But this game 2 shows that Gumiho absolutely can fight back. And we're now tied with their eSports World Cup lives on the line. A must-win series for both of these players. A loss and you're out of this qualifier. No more chances. This is the last chance qualifier. There is no qualification process after this unless extreme circumstances come around, so yeah, that's looking very good for Gumiho to get back in, but there's still a lot of pressure going on right now in this series. like Gumiho played a much better game. Yeah, I think he made it difficult for himself, though. I think he overcommitted and didn't actually kill. Like, you've got to respect how resilient Protoss players can be nowadays. I always say it's difficult to kill a Terran. It's actually very difficult to kill a Protoss. And stopping upgrades, trying to kill him, and then not succeeding gave Astrea an avenue back into the game. What does Gumiho need to do to make this win? Well, in this series? Yeah, I think it's about identifying when you're ahead. Like, this was a great early game from him. It was harassment focused. He was clearly afraid of the first game because in the second game he almost attacked too much. Like I say, he didn't keep on upgrading, right? Like, he put too much attention on the here and the now, when actually it was probably fine for him to kind of play on a little bit from the lead still and still pressure with, during that. So I think just kind of keep that kind of in mind kind of going into this next game where it's good to be aggressive. It's good to keep your momentum. But unless you're going to go like all out, all in, it's probably like this game would have been much easier if you got upgrades sooner, is what it really comes down to. And like I say, he probably identified it's like, I can stop upgrades for a bit and just keep pressuring, but that's actually what made it kind of scary for him at some points, so. Take a couple moments here, guys. Obviously, Game 3 coming soon. Obviously, they've played some long games, so maybe the players need a moment or two. Typically, after 3 maps, you're allowed an official break, but these first 2 games took quite a while, so they might be able to shuffle that timing around a little bit. Obviously, we don't really know where they're at in terms of getting in game. We don't have a feed. We're not in game or anything. I just see what you guys see, so I'm just guessing that they could obviously expecting it to start any moment now. We're just kind of guesstimating how long that might be. It was not that long at all. Gumiho in the top right, Astrea in the bottom right. Torches. What a fun map for these two players that are very happy to play into their kind of funky builds a little bit. This is going to be very, very interesting. Well, refinery's coming up, so we get underway. Barracks on the way. SCV being added. It'll take a couple of moments to get settled. Yeah, we're about to finish. Barracks coming through. And online. And the Nexus coming up as well, so nothing too crazy just yet. Probably going to nibble SCV, as you can see, taking a couple of shots. We got that Reaper on the way on the barracks already. As we got ourselves our factory coming up. We're yet to see Gumiho kind of really step into that big aggression. The Marine tank Banshee pushes, the SC, the almost kind of like early game all-in-ish plays. Where you really delay the upgrades and you focus on those early units very heavily. I can understand it, right? Like, it didn't go well from yesterday, but I do think there's still an element of play there that is not currently being touched on by Gumiho, so it'll be interesting to see where that goes as that Reaper goes popping through. We're actually about to finish in the main base. Command Center in the starport coming up and online. Getting underway as well. Reaper will hop on into The high ground, just going to shoot. Just going to see the probe taking some damage. This nation moving over. Just going to have ourselves the Warp Gate and the Twilight Council coming online as well. A couple more probes coming about. Command center in the starport building. Extra Marines are on the way. We're going to go straight after the probe already, and that probe is going to go down tonight. So a probe down. There's a healing shrine on the left side of Torture. It doesn't get used as much as on Persephone because it's a bit more out of the beaten path. It's a bit more on the beaten path, right? It's a bit out of the way. As we are going to see the Cloak Banshee this time. So first time in the series we're going to see this. Man, there were some real MVPs yesterday for Gumiho. Get some really good Cloak Banshees against Goblin. Weren't enough to win him the series. And we'll see if he can get some value from them here. This hallucination sees the starport. It sees the research. Could maybe still be Raven and Matrix, or Raven and a Fake, but I think you get a good idea of what this potentially can be as Astrea. And so the preparation begins with the robo facility starting. You look toward getting detection available for the Banshee. It's going to double check as well to try and just confirm again exactly what this is. Hallucination will see the Banshee spawn. Perfect. You know it's not a fake anymore. Great secondary scout from Astrea, doubling down on figuring out what exactly is going on here. And is able to get that sorted for himself very quickly as Marines and Banshee continue to build through. Depot on the way up. The Robo facility also coming through right now as the Stalker and the Blink continues into play. A couple of Stalkers there, just going to go hitting at the Reaper for the moment. As we do chase away, and the Reaper will fall. Spam these torches to find out how this map got into the pool. I'm glad this map got into the pool. This map was so heavily vetoed in TLMC, but it's actually given us a lot of pretty darn good games. This is one of those maps where I think it looks weird at first glances, but actually it plays in a very fun way. I'm so glad it made map pool because it has genuinely been a pleasant surprise for me out of the recent TLMC entries coming in here and putting up some, like I say, some great games. It's not in every best of 3, you know, but that's been a good few. I've genuinely enjoyed this map. I laughed as well when it went in. I was like, a typical, the most vetoed map from the tournament gets added to the ladder. Happens every time, but this one's actually a genuinely pretty good vetoed map that got vetoed. SCV's moving out. Marine tank going to be there. Banshees begin to get repaired a little. Head down to the bottom. Stalkers. Gonna start again. Front Cyclone already taking damage. First Stalker going down. The Marine's still taking some shots as well. Banshees continue to fire. A little bit more damage being done as a couple of Stalkers falling. The Sentry gonna go down. Another Stalker falls. Other Stalkers peeling away to the side. We actually just kind of push our way up here. Tanks getting siege. It's been good for Gumiho so far. A lot of value as he gets across the map. And that pylon powering the Robo. Super exposed. Goes down instantly. This is not good for Astrea. He tries to get some Stalkers out there to intercept reinforcements, but he actually lost a Stalker straight away off that group. So that's not great either. We'll just kill this Robo so that does not get repowered at some point here in the future. And now he just starts hitting the Nexus. If Astrea doesn't make a play here, this Nexus will die. We do actually get rid of one of the Banshees as Gumiho messes the micro up a little bit. One Banshee in the center going to come back over. The Marines still going onto that Nexus. The tanks gathering. Stalkers looking to come in. In we go. A couple of siege tanks begin to drop down. The Marines will fire back. The Banshees too. I think this will be the cleanup from Astrea, but it's come at a pretty heavy cost as we lost the Observer as well. So the Banshees can do a little bit more work right now and reinforce the Marines and tanks. Actually probably going to be able to make the difference. I mean, this is huge because the Banshees have just been able to do so much extra damage freely. And we've got no Robo, so we can't rebuild the Observer until the new Robo is finished. Obviously, the Banshees will eventually lose their cloaking because of energy issues, but this has been huge. And now he's going to start hitting some probes in this mineral line as well. The Stalkers have to peel off to the left-hand side. We're actually going to go diving in right now. We're going to get rid of 2 of those Stalkers. We'll probably just get 3. Oh, we don't even get the 3rd, actually. That last Stalker staying alive there. Now we're out of energy, and these Banshees are going to get cleaned up, and Astrea will finally stabilize in this game. Gumiho has still a lot more army supply than Astrea. Actually has a siege tank in the middle. Is getting good shots off as well. Mentioning the tank coming online. Gumiho still building into those. +1 attack as well. But he's going to have to start adding on a 3rd CC, extra barracks. The fact that Astrea has made a final defense, finally made a defense here helps him out so much. That's another Banshee, which is very nearly going to go down. That is going to go down. The Observer gets the reach for the vision. Is able to make that KO. It's down onto the 3rd base. Observer flying past. A couple of tanks just gathering. Stormcrow staying along in the Temple Archives, and it's got the Observer, Forge, Nexus coming in as well. Banshee escaping down the right for the moment as the Observer keeps an eye on it. Stalkers will get their intercept, and that Banshee goes down again. I mean, now Gumiho's bleeding out units in a big way. Sim combat and +1. Continuing on a line as the Marine Marauder medevac coming up. And the Storm finishing soon. The Stalkers going back down at the bottom once more. Couple observers just overhead. You see the bio. Just going to be able to drop the scan down. Observer gets picked off already. Got the scan coming through for the moment. I mean, every single observer we get rid of is going to remove vision. It's going to make it difficult for Astrea to see what's up. 5 observers this game. We actually killed 6 Banshees as well, if you're just wondering just how committed Gumiho was being toward the, the continued Banshee production. Yeah, quite committed, actually. I actually got there to pick off the probe, but did not get the pylon. Vex are still holding back. Stalker coming back through the bio and the tanks and join up together as well. More observers on the way. Zealots and Stalkers building. Prism and the High Templar coming up. Oh, nice storm is hitting a bunch of the bio. I'm just going to jump in. A couple of Zealots getting shot at. The damage being done. A couple of Zealots going to jump onto that armory in the upper right-hand side. 15 SCVs going down. Well, it's a big deal as Gumiho's economy takes a big hit. Astrea's actually on 80 workers to the 50. Gumiho's army supply is great. Right now feels like his moment, though. Thermal Land's not done. A lot of upgrades on the way from Astrea that aren't going to be done yet either. This feels like where Gumiho might be at his absolute maximum potential to really get over and make something happen. Some medevacs coming around the sides as well. So again, our +2 attack, the +1 armor. Extended thermal lance coming online as well. The bio, get rid of a pylon. The tank's going to stay siege. The bio going to jump across in toward the main. It's Gumiho. Like I said, I definitely feel like this is his moment to try and get something done. He seems to know that he's got to get something done. Prism will unload and warp in on top of the siege tanks there. Gumiho going to come back over, try and deal with that, but he is actually going to lose the siege tanks. He's going to lose a lot of the solidity of the army. And some of them survive. Bio kind of reinforcements up in this top side as well. Interesting little position. The storm comes through kind of late. It's turned into a bit of a hectic game where armies are just a little bit all over the place. And both players are battling to kind of keep control of each army that they're playing with in some very dangerous, intense positions. I was going to say that bio could have maybe dove onto the High Templar then. We did get one of them in the end. That Colossus is on its own as well. I mean, we're really playing with danger here as Astrea. A lot of units that are not well protected. And Gumiho could potentially leap on top of to take advantage of here. He is about to have excellent thermal lance. He's now up in armor upgrades, soon to be up in attack upgrade as well as Astrea. Does he survive long enough? I mean, upgrades are great, but numbers are a factor. And Gumiho, 20 army supply lead still. It was high. It was about 30 for a lot of this. Now it's only a 10 army supply difference, so maybe Astrea is getting to the point where he should be able to hold on. That Robo goes down without the Colossus popping. I thought that Colossus was going to come out. Feels like inevitable as we are going to come through here. The storms are very good. The bio is constantly taking AoE damage. As you're going to see Astrea looking to get the cleanup. I mean, it's a messy fight still. There's bio units trying to scrap with the Zealots, which are getting rid of the siege tanks. Widow Mines on the low ground will start to get cleaned up, though, and I think Gumiho will just lose a bit too much. And this is where being on 50 SCVs throughout this is going to hurt him. He does not have the follow-up that Astrea is going to have on 80 probes, and he knows it. GG's, Astrea is going to take the 2-1 lead, and Gumiho is looking as though he may not make it to the eSports World Cup. He now must win 2 maps back-to-back to save his eSport World Cup hopes of 2025 for StarCraft 2. Astrea is a map away from the qualifying match, which would be against Ryung. It's going to be a difficult one for Ryung. If Astrea can take down Gumiho, that feels like a tough matchup for Ryung for sure. Alright, we will take just a moment here, guys. I've got to run some of my own ads. And we have Astrea on match point, looking to make it into the qualifying round. Very, very exciting. Very exciting. And HeroMarine and Goblin, the 2 players on the other qualifying match, one of those will be going to Riyadh in 1 month's time. It's actually about a month away. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Alright, guys, just waiting for our game number 4 to get started. I guess so. Just waiting a couple moments here. This is like Hero losing to Christiana. I don't think you realize how good Astrea is. Oh, apparently we're going to break. The last 3 times they met, Astrea beat Gumiho twice. Throughout 2024, and it's all the results that we have over the past year. So in the past year, Astrea is 2-1 against Gumiho. It's really not super crazy. Honestly, Astrea and Gumiho are very similarly placed players. Yeah, I think you like ranks are a decent way to look it up. Astrea hasn't been around much this last year, those last few months, which maybe, you know, you forget about him a little bit. But yeah, he's generally good. Gumiho's also been kind of gone a little bit as well, so. Anyways, obviously looks like we've got a 2-minute break here, guys, before we get back into the Gumiho Astrea matchup. Again, sometimes if the game is long, 3 games is the point at which they take a break, as Astrea leads 2-1 right now. Was he Gumiho in EWC because he's so fun to watch? He is. He's a very fun player to watch, to be honest. Oh. Why co-stream? Um, and how do you mean why co-stream? Why not co-stream? Why not be here if we're allowed to cast? Co-stream just means that we are, well, usually co-streaming is when you're just allowed to stream the mainstream, but in this case they actually provide us with a feed to cast ourselves, so yeah, but we are officially a co-stream. As you can see, they've got a beautiful mainstream with ZG and Roddy, and we're just here chilling, doing our own thing, enjoying the games in our own time, in our own place, and our own kind of pacing. Well, at their pacing, really. Sometimes they allow it and sometimes not. I think, honestly, eSports World Cup is big into co-streaming, because co-streaming is huge for other games. So, eSports World Cup in general probably allows co-streaming for pretty much everything. You just have, as long as you get approved. So yeah. Honestly, if more tournaments did this, they gave us a clean feed to cast, well, if they have a mainstream, I would cast more tournaments, although I guess I am involved with the majority of tournaments that do have mainstreams and big streams and stuff, but, you know, like, it's fun being able to cast the games ourselves, you know? You came here because you got timed out in the mainstream for writing the word kebab in a copy pasta about Home Story Co-op? Ay, ay, ay. Can I swear more than the mainstream? I probably could. I mean, I'm not going to go on my way to swear, but if I really wanted to, probably could. You love all the streamers, but you're a pillar in the community. Well, thank you for the kind words. I think everyone involved with EWC is kind of a pillar in the community, though, realistically. StarCraft is very much so a community game nowadays. Everyone is out here doing their part of helping that stay true. Would I rather commentate or be an observer? Sound? You know, I just stopped talking for a moment, guys. Sorry. Just distracted. I'm not sure how long the game's taken to get. Don't worry, I'm here. Um, Would I rather commentate or be an observer? Like, observer is in, like, observing in-game, like what Mapu and people do? Definitely a commentator. I think commentating anyway. You know, observing is a terrible job. You have to pay so much attention observing, because if you don't notice something for half a second while casting, it doesn't really matter, because you can just sort of mention it when you notice it, you know? Observing, if you don't pay attention for a second, boom, you've missed a drop. Boom, you missed the baneling bust. Boom, you missed the interaction on the other side. Oh, that Widow Mine that's been burrowed for 5 minutes, you didn't mouse over that when something walked towards it and it blew up a bunch of lings? Cool on you. You're a terrible observer. Feel bad about yourself. That's why it was really that's why it was really, really sucky when I did. You know the ESL regionals? When I did production and I had to observe as well, it sucked because those were super long days, back to back to back to back days as well. And I had to already do all of the production while casting. And then I had to observe on top. And the thing is, it's like, you can kind of do everything else and be a bit tired and kind of get through it. But you just can't get away with that observing. Like, it's just impossible to keep up. Like, you have to be 100% when you observe StarCraft. There's no breaks at all. And the thing is, people hate it when you miss the slightest thing when you're observing as well, so... Yeah, my observing gets a lot of hate, so I don't even really observe games myself anymore. If there's someone else in the lobby, I will typically take their camera, because people love to hate on my observing. So at least if they're hating on someone else's observing, at least I don't feel as bad about it, you know? So yeah. Alright guys, we're back. Back at this series. Took a little while to get back on track. Not sure what happened, but here we are. On the bottom left side, Gumiho, our red Terran. In the top right, Astrea up 2-1, our blue Protoss. I actually think the interesting thing about observing is you can even see how difficult it is. Because there are even observers who have made their kind of time being a full-time observer, who honestly, when they haven't observed in a while and it's been a hot second, you can tell they're not very good anymore. Like, observing is actually very difficult. It's very difficult, because it's also not just about paying attention constantly and keeping yourself paying attention. It's also about then being able to think about moving the camera in a good way and being able to understand well enough, like, what is more important to show. Think about what is more important to kind of be shown here as well. Like, this is the issue I have. I don't need to look at everything that's happening on the minimap, because I'm like, yeah, I can understand that from the minimap this is taking place. But then if I don't show that the Reaper ran into the main base, people are like, the Reaper! Wardy, the Reaper got 2 kills. I'm like, great, we know it got 2 kills. I don't need to watch that. I'm okay following this probe and the action on the other side. So, yeah, I think, there's definitely a case of observance, a very preferential thing as well. The way I like to observe games is very different to how people actually want to see games, you know, so... And you need to listen to people casting. Yeah, being an observer is genuinely very difficult. It's super hard. I think it's the hardest job in StarCraft, actually, outside of being a player. You have people yelling in your ear to find the thing? Well, no, but you've got to listen to the casters, so if the 2 casters are casting, you've got to, like... You've got to observe based on what they are saying, while also you're essentially a third caster, because you're like the hidden voice. It's your job to notify the casters of things that they're not seeing as well. So not only have you got to make it look good for what they are talking about, but you've also got to show the things they're not talking about that are important. And then, like I say, if multiple things happen, you've got to be able to show each of them in it with for an appropriate amount of time at the best possible moment. Like, observing sucks, man. Observing sucks. Don't be an observer, guys. Be a caster. Like, if you're gonna observe, just cast anyway, because you're already doing the hard part. You're already doing the hard part, you know. It's a very thankless job, fortunately. Just go pro. And the problem is pro players aren't good at observing either, because they move around too quickly, because they don't have the thought. They are processing things at their game kind of speed, So they glance at something and then move away, and so the camera jumps around a lot. So A, they don't think about how to move the camera, and B, they process the information way more quickly than other people that typically watch. And so the camera moves around loads, and you never get to really stop and identify things, right? So pro players aren't really good observers either. So yeah, observing's difficult. Shout out to all the odds out there. I did observing for Gfinity way back when. Actually, one of my first jobs I got paid to work on a LAN event was observing. And it was freaking... Also, being an observer, you usually have to be in the freaking production room with, like... where it's, like, really hot and dark. And so you're working, like, long-ass days in, like, hot, dark conditions. It's hard not to fall asleep, man. And then you're also in charge nowadays. They have to, like, time the intros with the cameramen and stuff as well. Like, it's the whole thing, honestly, is... Being an observer sucks. Don't be an observer. A Tide Pro would be perfect. They'd be perfect if they put the time into getting better at it. But they're not naturally good because they naturally move around the game too quickly. Oh, Gumiho! He's getting damage done here, guys. Enough about complaining about observers' lives. 7 dead probes, 2 dead stalkers, 8, 9, 10 probes. A sentry died here as well. What an awesome start from Gumiho. He's still got the Cyclones at the front doing damage as well. Utter disaster here for Astrea. 1450 to 350 resources lost. Crazy. Again, this subtle hint, I think observing is not fun. No, observing sucks. I hate observing. I hate observing because I don't love observing in the first place. And then everyone complains about my observing when I'm just vibing. Like, I get it. I missed the fight, guys. You try sitting here for 6 hours while reading chat and being entertained and thinking about what to say without getting distracted at every single point, you know? What a disaster for Astrea. Gumiho just walloping him in this game. That break has done major things with Gumiho. What a reset for him as he just comes in, absolutely destroys this game, and suddenly it's 2-2. Well, I guess we can talk about observing more. Yeah, observing is just like it's like a completely different skill set. It's like the skill set of having to have the game knowledge of someone that's very knowledgeable about the game, but with a skill set that doesn't really typically apply to StarCraft 2 otherwise, you know? Yeah, it's a bit crazy. Temperatures dropped by 10 degrees in the last 2 hours and it's raining at last. Yeah, we just had some rain pass over as well. I actually turned my fan off. It's actually just cool in my room now. It's not cool, but it's not it's not warm anymore. It's not hot anymore. It's still warmish, I guess. Ah, the Banshee flew in. See? See, look at this observing! We missed the reason Astrea left the game. Well, maybe not. We see? This is a professional eSports World Cup level observer, and they missed the game-ending Banshee. I mean, because that's how easy it is to do. This is why I can't take it seriously when people complain about my observer when I'm casting. I'm just like, bro, like, it's freaking difficult. I really have a chip on my shoulder, don't I? Yeah. No way, Wardy's calling out Indies observing. No, I'm literally saying that even the very, very best miss things that are very impactful to the game because it's very difficult to constantly catch everything in StarCraft. You know? Yeah. I'm not I'm calling out the observing because it's that difficult. It's like, yo, see, he's literally not perfect, and he's the very best at it, you know? That's the kind of level we're going for. Yo, D-Jack Knife. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Hermes64, Bulmy, So just choking on your name, apparently. Bull me all jet. Sorry. A dog wearing shades, Hakanatra, and Nish62. Thank you so much for the generosity. DJ Ackknife for the gifted subs. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Around that indie store, he says indie shit could do better. Yeah. I'll let him know. No, I can't upset indie, guys. I kind of need indie to observe all of my games, you know? If indie isn't observing my games, then then my tournament is about to get a whole lot worse. I steal his camera all the time. You're sabotaging your own content if you do this, I tell you. Yeah, indie is... What impresses me about Indie is extremely good while also casting and doing his own Twitch chat himself. Like, I don't know how he does it. Is he the observer guy? How did he end up as that guy? Yeah, well, Indie... I think Indie is just one of those... So, if I'm not mistaken, Indie became an observer. So, Indie's a Polish StarCraft caster. And I'm pretty sure he became an observer because they needed someone to help. Like, ESL used to have studios in Warsaw, which is where Indie lives, I think. Or just in general, you know, ESL did a lot of stuff in Poland in general because of Katowice and stuff. So I think it was natural that they brought Indie on as someone who was able to observe at a high level for their tournaments without having to, like, fly someone in, you know? So I think that's how Indie became kind of a high-level observer. But he was just like a StarCraft caster in Polish who was kind of in the right place. So I was like, hey, well, how about we go to the best Polish community caster who observes every day and see if he can observe for us, you know? So it was been great for him because now he gets to work with, like, production teams and stuff. I think at eSports World Cup last year, Indie was actually like the in-game director, which means he's not observing, but he actually makes the calls. He's like, hey, cut to the player face, you know, cut to the full screen face cam, or hey, let's get the picture-in-picture on that drop. So he makes, like, these calls now, which is like he directs what's being shown on screen in a much bigger way than observing. So I'm pretty sure he did that at eSports World Cup last year. I wouldn't be surprised if he was doing it again this year, to be honest. So yeah. Yeah, because he has that game knowledge to be like, hey, this is a great moment to go full screen. Like, we need to see his reaction to this drop. And you see Clem, like, sighing because he's like, oh my god, my drop got sniped or something, you know? Like, that's Indie making that call to kind of make that cut in the moment. So, yeah. He's been doing that for a few events. He definitely did it in Katowice. I'm pretty sure he did it at eSports World Cup as well. Definitely does a lot to make the show come together. It's very cool. Goblin Marine's coming out. Widowmine on the way. The Blink and Warp Gate coming online as well. And Deb going to be there, and that Reaper gets pushed back away as we've come to a game 5. This really has been the series of the qualifier so far. Yesterday's games, honestly, not all that. For this one, has been a bit of a banger. I can see that Widowmine getting set up as well. Get into position here for a couple moments. It's so cool to hear these community stories. Well, I have a few of them here and there, you know. Crack them out every now and again. This nation just coming down as we settle ourselves into these early stages. Just to have that Blink coming up about halfway done. Stimpak still on the way through it as well. Gumiho really got that last game to just completely roll out of Astrea's reach. Tank will start, a few Marines popping over. Medevac is already on the map with a couple of Widowmines as Gumiho looks for some damage again. This is a must-win game for both players. The winner gets to play a best-of-7 qualifier to go to the eSport World Cup. The loser, their season of StarCraft 2 ends here, in this game. It's the last official game they will play this season in the eSport World Cup circuit. kind of crazy to think how much is on the line for these guys right now. Like, I'm just taking a deep breath thinking about it. I made myself a little bit anxious. I'm like, oh my god. Right, this is it for these guys. This is their last chance. Both players that could absolutely be at the eSports World Cup. They were both there last year, if I'm not mistaken. Astrea was representing Virtus Pro. Gumiho was representing Cloud9. And obviously you win this and it's not even guaranteed the winner goes. It's just the winner gets a chance to go still. As the Stalkers end up there getting taken down. So that's one Stalker down. They start to get back to kiting the Immortal on the way up defensively as Gumiho puts the pressure on. He's about to have Stim. Wouldn't Mind Drop now finds its way in. Good split away. Only one probe going down. There's that Stim. Gives you that little bit more momentum forward. Tank will try and zone these Stalkers and give access to the third base for these Marines. The Stalkers are taking a beating though. Gumiho, does he want to keep fighting the Stalkers? Wouldn't goes for another couple of probes. I think he wants to stim into that mineral line. I get it. I can absolutely see what he wants to do. He's actually going to go there, and if he sieges the tank over here as well, it allows the Marines to have something to run into defensively. Oh no, Astrea, he's taking so much damage. Pylon will go down as well. The few Stalkers going to show up with the Immortal, but just again, the siege tank being right in the back here is so frustrating. You have to really dive in on it. You're going to take a lot of splash, and while you will clean up these units, it costs you a lot of Stalkers because of where that tank was at. 15 dead probes in the game early, and Astrea takes monumental damage early in Game 5. Gumiho, that break after Game 3 has completely reinvigorated his play. Like, this game and last game are completely different games. Like, we could have finished a series and started a new one with different players. The way that this series is looking before and after that Game 3 break, Gumiho coming in with absolute fire on his mind. The Stalkers will intercept this medevac and take that down, get that chase finally. Obviously, the probes had to pull away from the third again. That was just 3 Marines as well, which is so frustrating. Like, so few Marines causing so much of a disruption to your economy that's already been dampened and hurt throughout this game. Combat shield and +1 will be done soon here from Gumiho, allowing him to be even more powerful on the map with the Bioforce. Now, Astrea, he will have his first Colossus coming out. He's going to start his first upgrade as well, that +1 attack on the way through, but he's got a lot to invest into right now to get back on track. Let's see if he can use the little pieces here and there to help him out, as he is not going to get the medevac, but he will cause Gumiho to turn around defensively with a few units, and that takes obviously some of Gumiho's attention and some of his momentum away from going across the other side, and forces him back over in this direction for a couple of moments instead. Probing that up the right-hand side, the other units are gathering up. Just seeing the concussive shell and +1 attack upgrade coming through also. Attacking the extended thermal lance coming in. A couple of gateways building also from Astrea currently. Tanks will just unsiege. The Marine going to go after the probe still. Continue to chase that for a little bit. You have the Bio looking to step forward, and a couple of force fields come down. Stalkers blink back already, just having ourselves the armory coming through, halfway done right now. Zealot, Stalker, Colossus moving around a little bit. Those few Marauders just unloading from the medevac pylon. Will already take some damage. Zealot's coming back through once again. Let's just have pushed down to the bottom side here. Zealot's going to go back after the Marauders, a bit more damage being done. Medevac's going to load up. We do have our starport still coming into play. A couple of Zealots still going after SCVs. Astrea is able to stop Gumiho from taking further advantage in this game. Gumiho doesn't press the issue too hard. If he doesn't see the chance, he's going to fall back. Starts his +2 attack upgrade. No armor upgrade on this Bioforce just yet, so focusing on his attack upgrades off the single engineering bay he's working from right now. And he will begin some Viking production to begin again an answer to Colossus, but more importantly, Astrea begins getting the Templar Archives down, getting his way to that Storm upgrade, which we know is such a key and critical part of the PvT lately. Probe goes down. Tries to walk into that army. The force gathering up. +2/+1 on the way. Storm coming by. Waiting for all those upgrades to come through. Probe comes over. I'm just going to be seeing a couple High Templars joining up as well. The rest of those probes still gathering here as the bio. Take a little bit of a stim through. Observer going to keep an eye on things. +2 attack, +1 armor. The ship weapons coming online. Still got Ghosts and Vikings coming up as well. Get rid of a pylon over on the left. So let's get rid of the Widow Mine. Bio now gathering back up. CZ lands. The 4th base takes position. And you see the Zealots, the Stalkers, the Colossus coming through as well. Get rid of an Observer. +2 attack, +1 armor, another Observer going down. We drop a couple feedbacks in return. Bio still heading around the left. One Ghost, needs to be careful. Couple Zealots and the Stalker and the Immortal moving about as the Pylon will get taken down as well. It's just going to see that falling. But Gumiho is on the map and Astrea is on the map. Astrea is going to dive a few units down for the counterattack. Zealots are sent to that 4th base. Gumiho doesn't love it. He's already going to start trying to pull back here. The SCVs to try and repair. Can he get rid of the Zealots in time? No, the 4th base is dead. Astrea with a heck of a catch, but it's going to cost him all those Zealots pretty much. A couple might get away. So it's expensive for Astrea, but it has huge value in the future. Gumiho going to build 2 command centers behind this, and here's the Storm Drop coming in. Got a bunch of SCVs. Second Storm could have been much better, but still got a few SCVs there in the end. And Templars here trying to stop Gumiho from coming across the map. Get rid of a Colossus there that just wanders forward, miscontrolled. One less Colossus to deal with now in this major army as Gumiho figures out how to get to the other side and still make something happen. Again, Astrea keeps leaking units across and continuing to just put himself in positions where those units can get so much done. Zealots running in, Widowmine shot going to connect onto the few Zealots, the bunker. Being a defense right now, hopping toward the main base. Interesting, because we're actually going to have an attack in the main base of Gumiho as well. This is where the Vikings are going to have a great opportunity just to get rid of those Colossus. High Templar getting a good storm. I feel like we're not getting any EMPs on the High Templar at all. A couple of High Templar that are here begin to go down. Astrea drops one more storm down. Still a Colossus alive is kind of crazy. Obviously, Gumiho's a bit busy across the map playing defense against the Zealots. But he does clean that up as well, so that is going to be a defense made. Now in the main base, going to lose that Colossus here. That will go down. Gumiho's going to try and make a getaway. Stalker's chasing, but they will not find too much. The tank on the low ground goes down, but only after getting a bunch more kills. My goodness, that sentry getting blasted at the end. Astrea has the income, the economy coming out of this with 80 probes to the 60 SCVs. But Gumiho has a little bit of the army supply, and once again, it's Zealots that just warping in big numbers across the map. But if Gumiho can control this, then this is very good for him, because that's a lot of Zealots that are not going to do that much. That's a very good trade for Gumiho, and that's going to keep on giving him the army supply advantage in this game right now. Gumiho about to move up to 3-2 upgrades against the 2-1 upgrades, so you'll have a full set of upgrade lead for the foreseeable future. There goes that Prism as well. That gets knocked down. 8 High Templar just warped in from Astrea. Does he morph any of them into Archons, or is he just full-on farming for Storms right now? The probe is going to get on the tank. The tank didn't have high ground vision, so he couldn't kill it initially. Run, tank, run! Get away! Honestly, it's better for him to run than to actually attack the probe, just in case it allows something to catch up and kill it. Yeah, fun little moments amidst a very stressful game for these two players, trying to keep their StarCraft 2 season and World Championship dreams alive this year. Bio gets the pylon building on the left side. That goes down. More Stalkers warping in. A bunch of those running through that acceleration zone. Pylon on the left going down. Gumiho back on the map aggressively. Gonna find out. This time there's actually a Nexus building here. That's the 6th Nexus of Astrea. So if you can get rid of base 6 and just keep him on 5 for a little bit, that would be nice. Mine shots going in, a couple of Zealots already going down. Liberator firing through and getting quite a few probe kills. 9 workers going down is kind of huge. It just makes... Don't get me wrong, Astrea has a very strong economy even after losing those workers. But it does start to kind of put a little bit of a pressure on that economy. But at least Gumiho is making some things happen. Remember that game 1 where he was so passive and he didn't do much of anything? This game, he's forcing Astrea to at least rebuild those pros, rebuild this eco, not let him get too far ahead or too well established on that eco too ahead of time. Medevac's at the left side, the observer will see those in motion at the moment. Liberators with the opportunity to siege up, gonna see the big drop into the main base. Fire will unload, a couple of probes going down, Zealots and Stalkers coming over. Once again, the Liberator continue to fire up, the Stalkers blink through. Zealots will continue to fight on forward, another Storm coming down, the Medevac getting hit. Ooh, this is scary, a lot of the tech units on their own over here. High Templars are going to storm themselves to try and bring survival. That Colossus will go down as well. A couple of the High Templar got away alive, actually still going down. Reinforcing Zealots are finally getting there to play cleanup. Again, this game is just high stress at this point in time. Every fight feels so dangerous. Nobody wants to lose their final few units, and that is making this a little bit of a messy one, to say the least. A couple of observers pulling back over for a moment or two. And Voyager are going to come down the left-hand side as well. Fire gets there and the Zealots get turned the other direction. We will have, again, +3 armor coming about. Ghost on the way. For a sieging, going to go after some probes. For the High Templar now, the Stalker's getting underneath the Liberator. Chased out of there. Orbital will set up on the right side instead. Oh, High Templar. Nice storms. Gumiho just didn't see them soon enough to get rid of the energy on them, and that means that you actually take a bunch of HP damage across that army. It's going to drain a lot of that medevac energy in Astrea, trying to make use of it right now by jumping onto that single Liberator defense here. Probably not going to keep this base up and running. Stalkers, and honestly, there's a lot of units that show up to this location. It's a good decision. It's not a planetary. It's easily abused. It's the main base orbital, so if you lose that, there's going to be less energy available for you as well. Another nice storm. Astrea is starting to turn this game into his favor. He is taking advantage of Gumiho, who's just walking into a little bit too much damage across the board. Another feedback coming down there. Stalker still trying to give chase. And Gumiho's EWC hopes maybe beginning to flicker a little bit because he has just taken some bad trades those last few moments. Astrea fighting comfortably on both sides of the map. And Gumiho just walking into splash damage, not responding quickly enough to where his opponent's units are when he finds them. Just going to intercept the incoming gold base at least, so we'll stop that from coming online. He has access to the bottom right base as well if he feels like he needs another base himself, but not being able to keep the left side base alive is rough. And now that planetary under fire, just really breaking into a fight over here. Storm coming down. Astrea already has the units fighting on that planetary, and Gumiho has to watch this fight because it's so important not to just get stormed to death. He's making a hell of a move, though, and Gumiho's army supply is huge in comparison to Astrea's, and maybe that's the secret, but the storms are massive. A couple of High Templars. Can we get rid of the pylon? No, the Zealots will get warped in. It's only a 20 army supply lead right now for Gumiho, who will get through to get the Nexus. Oh, he lost, obviously, a base already himself, so it's important he gets some eco damage here, and that's exactly what he's finding. Remember that Gumiho went into this on way less workers. He's got a lot of Liberators. Carriers building from Astrea. Does he actually have the time and the chance to get to carriers realistically right now? I do not know. If he gets them, they're going to be very useful. But two, okay, he's actually going to cancel and make Tempers. They build a lot more quickly. I like that a whole lot more. As we are going to see, the Voyager is showing up. Here we go. Liberator's going to try and hold their position. Nice storm on the bio. The bio's taking an absolute beatdown. It's going to try and get away on low HP as the Medevac's trying to make a getaway, but a full one gets sniped down. Army supplies are still very close. As Gumiho has left his units AFK! Another dead medevac. I think he had his hands off the keyboard, accepting that the game was over because he was making essentially a last-ditch attack. It's not going to be good enough, and Astrea will stay alive. Gumiho, this is a heartbreak of a not qualification. Gumiho back-to-back GSL round of 4s. If you look at overall performance in tournaments he played in, honestly, one of the better performers of the last few months. And he just never made it far enough to qualify at any individual point in time. Brutal. Just honestly, actually just brutal for Gumiho. I think coming into this, out of all of the players, when I looked at the lineup, I was like, I actually felt like Gumiho had maybe been the best out of all of these guys, and he doesn't even win a series, which is just how heartbreaking and devastating these qualifiers are going to be. Because like I honestly thought Gumiho was playing so well lately. He didn't play in a lot of online tournaments. He didn't play in a lot of cups. It felt like he was kind of stopping, but every time he played in something a little bigger, he actually looked really good. He had great GSL performances. Felt like he just started prepping hard for EWC, and he just fell short. That is the brutality of the qualification system this year. It relies on high placing results in the correct tournaments at the right times. You know, top 4 in GSL twice does not qualify you for that cut, unfortunately. Brutal. This was such a good Game 5 as well. I really felt like Game 4 set the tone a little bit after that break, and Game 5 started in such a good way for Gumiho. But Astrea found such a good defense, he found such good retaliation, and once he drew it into that later stage of the game, I think he was the better player. I think there's a reason that first game went on stupidly long and Gumiho did nothing, because he was a little afraid to challenge Astrea, and I think that was actually very true. I think Astrea was the better player in that phase of the game. I think what's really unfortunate for Gumiho is he took an advantage in the phase of the game that was better for him, and he just was not able to capitalize on that advantage. GG's. Gumiho is out. He will not be going to Riyadh. Astrea may very well be. He takes on Ryung later today in the second qualifying best of 7 that will be coming up. Right now, our first best of 7 qualifying match coming up, though, is going to be between Goblin and HeroMarine. When they played in the European qualifier, it was a 3-2 victory for Goblin. Can he repeat that upset result and qualify to the EWC? If he qualifies, it would be the highest placing prize money placing of Goblin's career. This is, quite frankly, probably the most important matchup Goblin has ever played in his StarCraft history. I think would be a fair statement. I mean, he played 2019 WCS Spring. He played in the round of 8 against Reynor. Lost 0-3. That was the difference of going from $4,000 to $6,000 of prize money. This series coming up is the difference between 0 and $7,500, and then getting to play more matches where you're allowed to play for basically plus $5,000 for every series you win. This series has so much on the line. We're going to be getting into it very soon. I'll just run the ads and get us prepped up for this, guys, as wow, this is where it gets very exciting. Oh, breathe a little bit, because like this is tense. Yesterday it was the winners bracket, so people losing have a second chance, and today the fact they're just gone and that's it, their season's over, is absolutely brutal. It really is. I don't know how else to say it, to be honest. Only 18 plays is rough competition when 30 could make it. It is, but it's good. It's good that we actually have players that feel like they should be there that don't make it. It's good for the competition, as sad as that is. I actually think it's good for the competition that the qualifiers are actually meaningful, that the qualifiers actually have drama, you know? What was the tournament structure this year? Well, so obviously in previous years we had the ESL Pro Tour, but this year we don't have the ESL Pro Tour, and obviously that got cancelled very late. And so the tournament structure this year has basically been very rushed out, where basically we had a few different events that provided qualifying spots into EWC, alongside just EWC server qualifiers, or region qualifiers as well. So the TLDR is the players that go to EWC are the top 4 from DreamHack Dallas. Clem just gets auto-invited because he won EWC last year. The 2 first place finishers of GSL, the winner of Star Zagora, and then the other 8 players all come from just the online qualifiers. So 1 from America, 1 from I'm missing a tournament, but 1 from America, 1 from Asia, 2 from Europe, 2 from Korea. No, that's 14, and then the other 2 slots are the 4, and then the 4 players from this global qualifier go as well. Then they play like a little playing match in Riyadh to kind of get into the stage that everyone else qualified into. So basically this year, it's just, last year it was like there's a bunch of tournaments that led into EWC, and there was points, and people had points and stuff, and so, you know, performance over a long period of time helped a lot. This year it was like, hey, you gotta just do very well in specific tournaments, or you don't make it, you know? So yeah, it's been kind of brutal. Kind of brutal. And the way it works as well is a bit rough because obviously, you know, for example, like, so for example, Kua was going to be a great example of this. Now, Kua made it through the Korean qualifiers, but he played in GSL Season 1 and he got 2nd place, right? But back then, Hero wasn't qualified, so Hero qualified through that season of GSL. What's kind of crazy is that Kua, getting 2nd place in last GSL, he then dropped out of GSL Season 2 in Group Stage 1, and all of a sudden, our runner-up from last season maybe wouldn't have qualified. Like, he had to go through the Korean qualifiers. You know, he could have been here today if he played a little bit worse. If he lost the TVT against Bjorn, he could have been here. And he got 2nd place in the GSL. Because there was no point structure. Like, either you hit the qualification barrier to qualify, or that result means nothing towards you qualifying for EWC. And with the prize money that's on the line for EWC, that's obviously the big goal for everybody. It's kind of wild because when people were playing at Dallas, they were way more excited about winning their round of 8 matches and qualifying for EWC than when Solo won and got into the finals, because it was, in comparison, it was almost meaningless. So yeah, it's just been very steep this year. So I mean, there's been a fair amount of chances, to be fair, as well. Like, you know, Dallas was a very open event. And then we had, obviously, the qualifiers were open. There's this last chance qualifier. But there's always going to be someone that misses out. So, yeah. That's just the way of it. Those are our 2 best of 7s, guys. Goblin versus HeroMarine. Ryung versus Astrea. We'll do Goblin versus HeroMarine. The first 2 best of 5, well, the first best of 5 didn't take long, but the second best of 5 was long. We're 3 hours in. We'll see how this Goblin HeroMarine series goes. If it's super long, we might not do Ryung Astrea. I kind of expected to be done about 7 or 8 p.m. today, so in like a 1 to 2 hours. We'll see how long this series goes. I might just jump out for the last series, guys, just because I've got some life stuff to do still, basically. So, TLDR, like, you know, I've just got IRL. This tournament starts at a bad time for me. Like, 3 p.m. is kind of rough, because it means that it's just such a, I had stream at midday. I usually stream like midday to like 5 p.m. or so. So starting at 3 p.m., it really cuts into a lot of like evening time kind of family stuff that we usually do. So we'll see how the games go. We'll see how long it goes. I still have to take Ellie out tonight and cook and stuff though as well. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Goblin versus HeroMarine coming up. We are in game. This qualifying best of 7. Well, here we go. The winner of this best of 7 goes to Riyadh in 1 month's time to play in the eSports World Cup. In the top right, our Red Terran player, definitely the more experienced player, definitely the player you'd expect to make it if you just look at the name value of these 2 guys, is HeroMarine, but he lost 2-3 when he played against the same opponent in the European qualifiers. That's where his upper bracket run in that event fell short. And of course, his opponent is Goblin, and they're taking so long to do the intros. I'll just say Goblin in the bottom left. And like I say, for Goblin, this is straight up the biggest match of his StarCraft 2 career. I think we're pretty confident to say that. He's never been in a World Championship. And $7,500 that he's guaranteed to get if he wins this series by just going to Riyadh. Even if he loses 0-2, 0-3 or whatever, just gets knocked out of Riyadh straight away, he still walks with $7,500. That is more than any other placement he's ever had in his StarCraft 2 career. His next highest placement in StarCraft 2 was $4,000 for a single tournament payout. Almost double that if he wins this series. This is a massive matchup for Goblin. This is absolutely huge for him. It's huge for HeroMarine as well, but HeroMarine has been there. He's done that. He's gone beyond that. This is HeroMarine trying to make it back, whereas this is Goblin trying to go somewhere he's never been before. Complete difference in their parallels for sure, and I almost wonder if the pressure gets to Goblin in this series. Like, I almost wonder if looking at this, Goblin, like, you know, looking back at, I didn't see the European regional games. I was in Poland. I was at the wedding, so I didn't catch up either, honestly, bad of me. But I imagine then Goblin was kind of like, oh, let's just see how far I get. Now you're on the verge of qualifying. Like, you are a match away from actually going to the eSport World Cup. Do you crack under that pressure? Or do you keep it together and do what you did just less than a month ago and take down HeroMarine in this matchup? Same map pool, it's the same patch. Does HeroMarine learn from that series? Do you learn from that series? You can learn a lot from winning a series 3-2. All time, Goblin is 3-21 against HeroMarine, which is a pretty ridiculous result. Obviously, that's pretty one-sided, and that is really a statement of just how dominant HeroMarine is when it comes to TVP, or was in the past. Will you have a new prediction? Absolutely. Sorry, let me do that for you. This is why you guys just need to remind me about the predictions, because I forget, you know? I'll put 5 minutes on it, guys. You've got 5 minutes to put your channel point predictions in if you want to predict. Hallucination coming through. Let's just see the blink coming through, the warp gate coming up. We get this on the way. Stalking and the Sentry coming about as well. As the Reaper moves over. Gonna have ourselves the Technical Marines continuing to gather up for a couple of moments. We're seeing the Stalkers getting a couple of shots off. Yeah, nice little pick off initially. Goblin getting a jump on some of those units, guys. And now he's just gonna have to run, loses a Stalker. You should never be losing Stalkers against the basic Marines. It's just him getting a little bit too carried away right there, stepping forward when he shouldn't have been. Now that tank gets siege, and we are going to be seeing that Gateway, Pylon, and Cybercore in some serious trouble. Stalkers going to put themselves in a position to stop any more reinforcements arriving, but there's nothing really coming right now. HeroMarine's keeping everything else back at home, so that's not really going to go anywhere. This Goblin supply blocked at the moment, going to go in, pops the Guardian Shield and commits. Going to get the siege tank. And now, this is why the Guardian Shield is huge against the Marines. Really stops a lot of their damage. Goes after the medevac with the blink up into the main base. Problem is, you're blinking those Stalkers right into Marine range, so they are taking a lot of damage throughout this. Probe going down, extra couple Stalkers getting warped in. I'm going to pull a few probes just to guarantee the cleanup here. This was expensive from Goblin. I would like to see the resources lost after this, because it does feel like he lost a lot. No, it was actually not bad. Wow. 4 Stalkers is sizable, but he cleans the entire army up. Only loses 3 workers. Didn't lose too much mining time. Obviously lost the gateway too, which is a bit of an infrastructure problem, but not the end of the world. Oh, this is fine for Goblin. This is playable, absolutely. I really felt like he lost a couple more Stalkers. The thing with Stalkers is they're quite expensive units. 1 or 2 extra Stalkers going down can really shift that kind of resources loss balance heavily. So I was a little bit off in my prediction. It was actually better for Goblin than I thought, so... It's frustrating because you do kind of want to keep Stalkers alive typically, because Stalkers are very good. They're very good at continuing to harass and do damage across the map. This was not the blink-in he was looking for. That's 3 Stalkers going down. I'm surprised he blinked, because I thought he saw just how many units there were with the hallucination. Maybe he didn't see the tank that was able to come across and help. Robobay and a couple of gates coming online, as we just have the charge obviously coming through from Goblin as well. Yesterday, when he played against... when he played the series against Gumiho, he played pretty much purely Stalker, Charge Lot, Colossus. Later in the game, he added some disruptors. He did not even think about touching Storm, which is kind of wild, because we just saw in the Astrea Gumiho series just how key of a factor Storm can be. Absolutely critical upgrade. Stalkers will fight. We're going to blink back a little. Marine tank still pushing over. Those Stalkers get chased away. Plus one attack. Combat shield, concussive shells continue to come online as well. If units still gathering up on the low ground. Again, plus one Colossus in the gateways coming in as well. The medevacs will continue to fly all over for the moment. Marine's going to get the Observer at the very least to be able to knock that down nice and easily. So I got the plus one, the combat shield, the concussive shells all coming through, a couple of depots coming down. Goblin thinks about fighting that. He just does not have the numbers right now. He needs some splash damage in amongst this army if he's truly going to try and engage into that. But HeroMarine is coming across the map quickly. Let's see what Goblin can get up defensively here. See if he can get a few units up to play defense. This is a very committed push from the Terran player, so looking to really capitalize on just one big aggressive attack right now. Zealot's going to come in from two sides. These Zealots have such a huge role to play. The Colossus is going to be protected. Nice job. He gets a lot of Marines. The tanks go down. I was excited because the tanks were down and the Colossus was very healthy. And that's really a critical part of this. As we see the lift up and attempted drop play. It's really important that the tanks go down because now you don't have a way to zone the Colossus out. And then it feels as though the Colossus always has potential to continue being the defense it needs to be. Love this one Stalker looking for exactly that information, seeing where HeroMarine is trying to reposition to, just get an updated idea of where he is at. Can Goblin continue to buy time? Third CC starts from HeroMarine back at home. Goblin needs to hold on right here. Marauders on that left-hand side, quite tanky. Making a little bit of a dive through, but a second Colossus shows up, and that splash damage is going to make it very difficult to do a whole lot more. Good target fire with the Widowmine, gets the sentry, making the absolute most of that. Second Widowmine goes down, Goblin just surviving. One upgrade apiece. He's about to have Thermal Lance. The thing is, he's on less army supply, but he's on some better army supply. The Colossus stand for a lot of value in that Protoss army, and that's why you're seeing Goblin able to stand up and fight and push back against this so far. Able to make a pretty good go of it. That double drop around the left side might be dangerous, though. Goblin is having success with the collected army. He's going to struggle a lot more when it's having to split up defensively. He has to use a recall here to get to the main. He definitely is struggling for vision, and that's a massive overcommitment. I'm actually scared for him on the right-hand side now. He's immediately sending some units back over there. He knows that was a lot of units kind of moved out the way there with that recall. The couple of Vikings putting some damage in. The drop's actually going to drop on top of this portion of the army as well. The Immortal is going to take a beating as well at the front. We already lost one Colossus. It took a while to go down, but now it's gone. The second Colossus falls very soon after. And HeroMarine absolutely bullying his way in to find a way to break Goblin down before this game goes on too much longer. Now there's only really Stalkers left against these Marauders. A few Zealots need to get involved. They're going to eat a Widowmine shot on the Stalkers too, which is never a lot of fun, as Goblin is going to start just about pushing this back. Another wave of reinforcements probably needed here for HeroMarine. We're actually going to get Blinks in to clean up some of the medevacs. It's scary. Can you actually chase right now? The Zealots are very tanky. Going to get rid of, I was going to say every medevac, but he had to blink away before he fired on that next one. The Marauders punishing those Stalkers. Goblin takes a slight supply lead with that chase down. And for all of that effort from HeroMarine, it was very expensive. In the end, he had a lot of low HP units. His third base has not been landed just yet. He will land that now, and that's going to help him re-solidify a position in this game. But Goblin has held on through thick and thin in these early stages, and now is in a position where I think he's going to feel a little bit more comfortable, and he might get a little bit more time to actually just sit back and get properly into this game as well. Well, Zealots across the map as well. Something HeroMarine has not really had to deal with as counterattack. There's been all aggression from him, but as he steps into the third base, it makes total sense that Goblin is looking for a chance to counter and find some damage on the other side. Mine's going, blowing up a few of those Zealots already. +3 attack, +2 armor. Coming on through. The Nexus building in the bottom right-hand corner as well. Firefighting. A couple of those Zealots have to back away already. Just going to see the couple of Stalkers. Again, jumped on here. We pulled back down through the center. Nice and burrow, but it's still going to be a dead Widowmine. This is scary because those Colossus are so close to getting jumped on. Now Goblin's going to turn around and re-engage into this. But you can get rid of the Vikings, and wow, those Zealots are tanking up at the front. Holy goodness. Man. Is that just the power of the Guardian Shield? These units lasted for so much longer than I expected. We're gonna save it with the Prism as well. Oh my god, this Colossus was so good. Holy goodness, what a fight from Goblin. The Prism shows up to save the Colossus. That's huge because it actually gives him a bit of a chance to keep pushing forward. If you need some splash damage in here to push, that Colossus is the only splash damage right now. You get a warp in, and we are going to commit on through. A lot of those units were low HP. The Medivacs are super low on energy. We are going to see Goblin taking the fight. SCVs begin to go down. Goblin taking the supply lead. Worker count in his favor. Blinks forward very aggressively, but he can do so because the Zealots are there to tank target firing Medivacs, making it so difficult to sustain in this game because there's no healing available. +3, +1 to 1/1 upgrades. And guess what, guys? Behind this, I'm actually very excited for this, not necessarily in this game, but for future games. He's actually getting Storm. He didn't do that yesterday against Gumiho, but he's actually getting Storm today. I feel like that's such an amazing addition. If he's confident playing with that in the rest of these games, it's going to make, actually, I think, a much tougher series for HeroMarine. I don't know if Goblin's going to have enough to push through right now, especially after the loss of the Colossus. But he's making the most of it. A bunch of SCVs going down. Obviously, he's got 4 bases active himself back at home. Got to be careful. You don't want to overcommit, right? You know, there's a very real purpose of, very real way to overcommit right now and to do a little bit too much. But it's not going to happen. It's going to be a GG from HeroMarine. He is Goblin going to get that win. What a win that is. Absolutely huge from our Protoss player. As he shows up, he steps into this game. He has a very tough defense to make initially. The 2-base commitment from HeroMarine is extremely powerful to begin with. Like, very powerful. And he is able to bring it back, hold on, takes that fight in the center, sees the upgrade advantage, I have to imagine, and is like, okay, I can actually take this engagement because of that, and has the confidence to take a fight that does not look pretty, and he makes it work, but then also just like, it was a little bit clutch, the timing of the Prism, but like then the Prism shows up just as it maybe goes wrong, the second Colossus is in trouble, boom, Prism to the rescue, and Goblin takes an opening game of this best of 7, sorry. Wow. What a great turnaround from Goblin. That's, you know what, I think that's such a big momentum win for him as well. We all know HeroMarine's a little bit not going to be loving that, to say the least. HeroMarine's going to have to dig out his real inner competitor and push that loss aside, not let that get to him, and just try again in this game too. He had a great position. He was so close to breaking Goblin down. Goblin did a great job of repositioning and defending long enough just to survive through it. And then, obviously, the problem for HeroMarine was he was trying to get back to a third base. It wasn't like he had a third base the entire way through that, right? He gave up the third base initially to be able to just kind of have as many units as possible, and that makes a big difference. So, things to think on there as we get ready for a Game 2 of this best of 7. Goblin with the 1-0 lead right now. As we ready, like I say, for our next map in just a few moments' time. Top left-hand side, up 1-0. That blue Protoss player is going to be Goblin. Man, again, I'm very impressed with his ability to kind of just see the fight and take that fight in the middle. I really felt like that was a mistake when I was looking at it. I felt like it was a mistake, basically until the Colossus got saved by the Prism. But he was able to make it work. GG's, and we get into this game number 2 of the best of 7. Goblin currently in the lead. Excellent gas coming up, gate and the assimilator coming through. Just gonna have ourselves the gate and the probe continue to get building. The barracks coming online as well, so we got that going. Oh, exciting first game. There's just so much on the line in this series. It's hard not to be excited about these games, and every fight can be twisting of this entire series. Just so much on the line. And Incorporeal, we'll see what our setup will be. Stalker just chrono boosting the gateway currently as we have the factory coming up, refinery coming online. CC building as the Nexus comes online as well. Again, that sentry up, Goblin using that sentry a lot yesterday for that hallucination scouting, looking for the same thing again today. Trying to get a good read on a lot of what the Terran is up to early, get a good read on what kind of aggression is coming toward you, and just being able to try and put your units into the correct position early and just try and minimize that. Very powerful phase of Terran where it's like you can do so many things that kind of open as a Terran, a Cyclone drop, a Widowmine drop, a tank drop. It's all drop focused apparently, but there's a lot of, a few different ways to kind of get set up initially. Trying to figure out what exactly it is can allow you to, like I say, be better set up at first. So the Stalker even going to poke at the front, gets an SCV. We take those. Hallucination through into the main and just having a little bit of a scout about. The Cyclone and the Marines. This time no Widowmine, right? So I really feel like we're probably going to see the Cyclone dropping across the map. Twilight Council going to give us an immediate blink upgrade, so Goblin going to continue to go with what's been working for him. A couple of gates continuing to build up for the moment. Factory lifts off of that tech lab. Medevac going to pop and the starport can get to the tech lab instead if we would like to. It's exactly what HeroMarine does. Raven potential, of course. Maybe even Banshee potential if that's what you want to go for. Hallucination sees the Medevac with all the Marines in and sees no lift on the Cyclone. Goblin sees this Medevac coming over as well. I was going to say, intercept that. 100% put damage on it. You do not want to miss that opportunity. Like, don't get me wrong, you don't want the Stalkers to get locked onto by the Cyclone, but damage on the Medevac is just going to make it more difficult to justify dropping forward with this, and Goblin is going to try and jump on this army right now. There's the Cyclone. We are going to see what we can do here. Stalker's going to step forward. Stops the lock-on. That's a very important part of this. Damage on that Medevac. Do we have any other units in the main base? The problem with defending this out in the front is if you don't have anything in the main, it can get very nasty very quickly. Just going to pull back. Blink obviously not done yet, so we're very out of position here, and what looked like a great interception from Goblin turns into a lot of lost mining time, couple of dead workers. A few Stalkers move back out, but that Medevac is way far away. It's not going to get picked off if it slides down the left-hand side of the map, which is exactly what it's doing. I mean, Blink is on the way. Maybe there's a chance for us to catch this up. We boost it. Goblin is not going to find it. He's just a little shy of where it's actually at. There's going to be Cloak and Banshees as our next step here in this TVP. So HeroMarine looking for some Banshee pressure at this point in time. Stimpack coming up for him. Charge on the way through. It's going to be annoying. Cloak is finished as well, so we need to have detection available here. Robo is not done yet, so we are actually going to have some trouble with those Banshees, no doubt. And there's not a battery in the natural. HeroMarine is going to get some serious damage done early. The Banshees are catching Goblin off guard. There's the problem with kind of taking a little while to actually really, get in there and to deal with the, the drop initially. Goblin's not being able to focus up on what else is happening in this game and figuring it out. This is bad. Obviously, Observer out. We are going to kill the Banshee, but 11 probes killed early. HeroMarine gets some serious damage done here in this game number 2. That's big, because it is going to take him a while to cross this map. So damage like this is going to maybe give him the chance to just have enough to come across the map absolutely swinging. It's going to be tough for Goblin with 13 workers less than he should have to rally up a defense in this game. Now, what Goblin could do is he could bypass the Robo Bay. And that seems terrifying to play this without Splash. But if he expects HeroMarine to be super aggressive, he could maybe try and match him for, unit output with just a lot of gateway forces. And I'm not saying it's smart, but maybe it's better than trying to get to a Colossus that's going to get overrun. Well, Stalkers missed that Medevac coming down. Goblin could really do catch and break. Ooh, okay, I like that. Temple Archives. I think it's maybe a better choice. It's definitely better than a Robo Bay right now. Like, trying to get to Colossus when you're behind feels very difficult and feels a lot of the time like it's just not going to do that much. A Temple Archives, a couple of Storms, and an Archon maybe at first. It feels a lot more achievable, And this Medevac getting up the side is a big deal. Going to force some units to get back over here. We're going to have a warp in. That's going to be a pretty respectable warp in. It's going to scare this off. Fire still gathering, medevac pulling back over. Just have +1 attack about to finish up. That storm is still building. The Zeld's going to charge down. Stalkers, get rid of one medevac. Knocks the Cyclone down. As long as the Zelds are tanking, let those Stalkers make some pickoffs. Yeah, a few Zelds even away from this as well. Job well done. A fight with no upgrades in play. This is a situation where HeroMarine has committed to an upgrade and put money into it. It was just not ready yet. It's going to be done now. Goblin completely ignored upgrades. Only just now starting an armor upgrade on his forge. Finding another chance to just blink around and just trying to get some value against this early. Goblin trying to hang on in a game that has opened in a bad way. Again, that Banshee damage was pretty significant. And he's got a lot of units coming up his front doorstep right now. He needs to buy some time to get to Storm. If you can get to Storm, you can offset a lot of that supply. Trying to let those Widow Mines go off on 1 or 2 units. He does blink back from the next Widow Mine shot. Storm is so close to being done. We will have Storms to help us play defense. HeroMarine has gone to a third base this game, so much faster third from him. He's not as committed to this kind of aggression, which gives him a little bit more leeway. He doesn't have to come pushing in. Oh, he's going to eat the Storm! HeroMarine stepping into it, feeling as though he could step into that army. He takes a massive hit. What a misread from HeroMarine. He's going to get pushed back heavily here. Those units are so low. Those Stalkers, you know they want to blink after this. It's scary. They are going to blink after they get another medevac. Units are still here in Immortal as well, and the reinforcements are not enough so far to turn this away. The Zelds are about to show up here from Goblin as well. Continuing to chase those all the way down that right-hand side. We blink forward again. The Zelds may catch up this time. I mean, now the medevacs are going to be in some trouble. Widow Mines are going to go off. We're going to split these Zelds. Beautiful splits to help minimize the damage. We kill off some mines. That's probably as far as we go for now. I actually have a warp in, so maybe we can turn onto this again. If we're not expecting the warp in as HeroMarine, that might be painful for him. He does get rid of the Archon pretty comfortably. I think it's time to get the hell away, Goblin! Yeah, he's overstepped his boundaries. That was a really good chase down. He got a lot of value chasing this down, but he got too excited. He didn't realize when it was time to actually kind of pick it up and go back home and just take that advantage for what it was. The issue is also the fact that HeroMarine has 73 SCVs against the 63 probes of Goblin. So while that was an exciting chase down from Goblin, HeroMarine is able to commit to punish the overextension. And again, he's setting up a great economy behind this. Fourth command center building as well. And while Goblin's probably okay with seeing the later stage of the game, this is not a comfortable later stage of the game. This is not a favorable economy. This is definitely HeroMarine's playground at the moment for game number 2 here on Incorporeal. Yeah, that economy difference is huge. It means that HeroMarine is able to just keep on pumping. He did slow down on upgrades for a long time. +1 armor took a long time to start, so Goblin will be 1-1 to the +1, and actually may catch this medevac of units here. 3 medevacs. Blink, get the medevac, it's full! I don't think he realizes that medevac fully loaded, or he just didn't know which one it was. Has to recall to the top right. The problem with overwhelming on one side is that it means you may be underwhelmed on the other side. Goblin 140 supply. HeroMarine just taking a moment to get Ghosts and Vikings online. We'll get his armory ready for 2-2 upgrades as well. The medevacs continue to move upward. We do have our Stalkers stepping about. Colossus and the Archon looking to intercept. It's a very scary group of units to have there as Goblin, because if you get overwhelmed, it's a lot of expensive units that are going to get caught and have no real escape plan, right? So, but he's just trying to play with some confidence. As a Protoss in this day and age, you actually do have to have some of that confidence on your map control and confidence on your smaller groups of units to be able to kind of step up in some of those situations. HeroMarine is still just mining more. 78 to the 70 workers is a pretty, honestly, severe difference, just because usually it's like, if it was 78 to 70 the other way, we'd be like, okay, it's pretty even. Having the SCV and the Mule advantage is huge, and especially getting to 4 bases comfortably. This is not a game where the Protoss is completely out-expanding the Terran and out-ecoing them, allowing them to take some unfavorable trades, and then making up for it in the rebuilds. They have to take some very good trades right now as Goblin. He takes this initial fight in. Widow Mines will begin to connect. Okay, nice. Gets one of those mines to fire. There's them having those couple high Templar inside. We back up for the moment. We do have a observer here, so we can clean up these mines. Get rid of those. +3 attack on the way from Goblin. You do see the 2-2 upgrades coming up in return. Just going to step up this ramp. Marauder's already taken a couple shots of damage. Wouldn't mind trying to find a direction to attack on. The Observer does go down, so that'll be the end of that as it was just caught in the scan. The Ghost in the front going to go down as well. At least drops an EMP at the end of its life. Some value from that energy that was sitting on it. HeroMarine is just constantly ready to try and take a fight, it feels like. He's constantly there just waiting to take the engagement. Too not far from finishing the ship weapon upgrade coming up as well. And this Disruptor is going to be out of position. Will go down before he even gets a chance to think about firing. We are not getting rid of these Vikings. We should be. They are just sat there AFK. And we will finally turn the Stalkers onto them. They move kind of past the Vikings initially. Goblin's going to start winning this fight initially as he is going to keep on chasing. Zealots in the front. As long as the Colossus go untouched in the back, this is generally going to be okay. We blink forward because we want to get medevacs in this exchange. And HeroMarine has a bad fight. Does not have money in the bank. Knocking a tower down to help him with the escape plan. Well, that's a one-time trick. As Goblin probably going to feel good about that. He lost the Prism, right? I believe the Vikings in their final moments did target the Prism down, so no reinforcements across the map. This is about to be +3/+1 to +2/+1 in a few moments for Goblin, so if he just waits for a Prism and commits, could be good for him, but it looks as though, I mean, the Prism's going to take a long time to show up. These Zealots are going to start moving forward. There's a bunker right there. That's engageable. I mean, it might just be that we actually just try and take this fight in general. We're going to get rid of the Sense Tower, get rid of some of the info for HeroMarine. I mean, honestly, bottom left would be where you'd love to get some Zealots to right now. Fresh base coming online, somewhere that's really out of the way. Some harassment in this direction in general will pull HeroMarine apart, rather than right now hitting the right side is kind of where the main army's trying to hit as well. So, if you're trying to harass where your main army's going to, it's not exactly ideal. To load up a drop from HeroMarine, so he will look for some damage of his own across the map once more. It's one of the things the Terrans struggle with so much lately. Once the Protoss is on the map, how do you get across then as the Terran player to get in position and to make things happen? Goblin! Goblin! Gotta notice, buddy, that something's wrong over here. The High Templars. 3 storms wasted. As one High Templar dies, the other one gets away, but had to drop a storm already. He was hard diving for this position. Oh, this is not a good place to be. You're completely stuck in a corner. Goblin is in trouble because he can't get away. All he can really do is fight. Man, his supply, you guys see his supply just plummet there. But he was actually like up a bit of supply, and as I was saying, Goblin's in trouble, and then it just disappeared. Horrible position to be caught in. All of his tech units in the back. He should have seen it coming as well. He should have seen that army chasing him down. If he saw that him chasing it down, he could have turned around, positioned, and postured to fight, and then he could have had all of his tech units in better places. Losing the Prism and the High Templar so quickly is so bad for you, because then you don't have any kind of zoning potential. I mean, you have to disrupt it, but that got killed too quickly as well. And that is the problem with that bottom left base. It's actually in a corner that there's no like secondary escape from it. There's one entrance and there's one exit, and they are the same. So you walk in one way, you've got to come out the same way. You walk in, your opponent follows you in there. There's only one way out, and that's fighting your way out. We're actually going to drop the rocks here as HeroMarine to create a safe haven for that location right now. Goblin is still maxed out, but this is a much worse maxed out army than what we had before. It's very Zealot heavy. A couple of Disruptors and a couple of Stormy Boys mixed in there. And that is going to be what he tries to make the difference with. That bit of splash damage, looking to do what he can. Economy is 71 to 69 workers, so SCVs, so work count's about the same. So let's use that charge on the rocks, which is not great, because obviously you're going to be you're just going to not have the charge for the army. You actually get a Disruptor shot that does connect a little bit with some Marauders. The Storm came in there initially as well. This army is pretty resilient to storms and stuff because of the amount of Marauders. The one thing is, though, there's actually a lot of Vikings after you just have to land on the ground as well. Remnants from fighting against those Colossus. Once that Viking count gets wiped out, we might be able to kind of build Colossus again here. 15 Zealots just warped in from Goblin. Disruptor shot clips the edge of this Terran army. We're actually going to come in with the Zealots from the other side now, and Goblin going to take this fight. HeroMarine having to try and step away, going around that corner to get these units clumped up and to try and minimize the surface area. We continue to chase so many medevacs in the sky. Considering Goblin's being great at shooting those down all game, surprised there's so many still, but he's shooting them down now because there's nothing left on the ground. HeroMarine cannot break through the Protoss army. and Goblin will take a 2-0 lead in this series. This game looked so much better for HeroMarine, and you know what? It just has not mattered, as Goblin will take a 2-0 advantage. Man, it really felt like that was one of the worst armies that Goblin had, but honestly, Zealots are pretty freaking crazy. Zealots are so tanky, and if you have that many of them, you need to have EMPs across them all, and he just did not have the EMPs necessary, didn't it? And maybe a bit too Marauder heavy. It's funny, but you get to this point where, like, the Marauders don't deal good damage to Zealots either, so while Marauders are nice and beefy, too many Marauders mean you don't have Marines actually putting damage out, and so the Zealots just don't die. And that's a genuine issue that comes around sometimes, so... That is a rough setup, because it really felt like this was a much better start from HeroMarine. Early damage was great on the Banshees. Again, the storyline with Terrans at the minute is they just, even if they deal damage, they cannot seem to kill Protoss players. They just can't seem to kill the Protoss. And so we see these advantageous positions that just do not get built upon. You know, we just don't manage to win games from there. And then there's just not the correct kind of units at the end. You know, there's no mines in that, there's not enough ghosts. So much that would be great against Zealots, but we just don't have the answer, and maybe HeroMarine just, if he sees that many Zealots, just needs to be a bit more passive until he gets more Zealots up, running, and ready to go, right? Oh. Goblin with a 2-0 lead in this eSports World Cup qualifier match. Never mind just qualifier, this is the series that qualifies somebody to the eSport World Cup. $7,500 if you win this best of 7. Down 0-2 in the top left with all of the experience behind him. He's been at the highest of highs before. It's HeroMarine, but he's down 0-2 and needs to bring it back in this best of 7. Bottom right, Blue Protoss in the lead, looking for the biggest win of his StarCraft 2 career in 2025. It is Goblin, as in, he's looking for the biggest win of his StarCraft 2 career, full stop, here in 2025. You know, it's crazy that some of these guys are looking for their biggest wins ever still in this year, is what I'm trying to say there. But, yeah. Away we go, game 3 of this series. A couple of refineries coming up, a barracks coming down. Hey, what's up, Barry BP? Thank you so much for the 34-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for supporting. Hey, what's up, Anakidos Mavi? Thank you as well for the 13-month resub on the Prime. Let's go, Gobbers. Hell yeah. Gobbers bringing it with that 2-0 lead. Coming through Cybercore. Nothing surprising for the first couple of minutes of this Terran versus Protoss. I'll on our battlefield for third map. I think we're at the point where, I mean, as HeroMarine, you've got to be like hitting your head against the wall a little bit already. Like, come on, I got a good lead. I tried a good opportunity in game 1 as well, and just can't seem to break the guy down enough to get the win. It's gotta feel good as Goblin, because it feels like you're being stress tested right now, and it feels like you're holding off the highest amounts of stress already. If you can win those first 2 games, I'm very confident about this series for you as Goblin, because it's not like these were like slip-ups from HeroMarine. Like, these games got messy for Goblin, and he persevered through them. Gonna try and harass Sentry on the way up. Stalker with that couple of shots will get the Reaper kill. Oh no. That is not a feel-good moment, especially when you have a second Reaper, because usually 2 Reapers together have a chance to like poke through and hit a mineral line. Now you only have 1 Reaper still, and that second Reaper was basically not worth building. Hellion will join up. Yeah, definitely not ideal. As the hallucination flies past, Reaper and the Hellion will be seen. Just going to see the probe sitting on that watchtower for a couple of moments as the Sentry and Stalker push the Hellion back the other way. Helena just gets into the natural, though, uncontested. And some issues with the Reaper in the main, allowing this Helene to get in. Rose will camp at the battery. Actually going to be a blockage, and we will get the kill there. 3 workers in total. Obviously some mining time lost as well. A bunch of probes had to pull off both mineral lines at different points, so income will take a pretty heavy... Yep. Exactly what I'm talking about. HeroMarine will take a pretty heavy income advantage early in the game for a few moments. See the drop loading up as well. So annoying. Obviously you can kill the hallucination, but you know that this medevac is on the map. Hallucination even gets away. Even if you slow it down a little bit longer, that's great, right? As you know, it's a cyclone in there as well, so you just get a good bit of info as to what units are coming. Stalker's gonna get there! Medevac! Oh no, big hits, doesn't go down. I love Goblin's already splitting the units up to try and intercept this medevac coming back the other direction. I have to unload the cyclone. Goblin didn't see it in time, so he's actually gonna lose this Stalker. Yeah, it was a good idea from Goblin, but HeroMarine sees it, so he's able to punish the attempted catch. Well, medevac does not get across the map, and HeroMarine will not be able to do anything more just yet. Blink coming through. We also see Cloak coming through. It's going to be Cloak Banshees again from HeroMarine as he looks for some damage early. But the hallucination, see that? I'm not actually sure. Yeah, I need that preparation to be up and running. Try and minimize what the Banshees do this time. Goblin does not see the Banshee around the edge. That is going to be a safe pathway. Uh-oh. Not where you want to be as Goblin. Sees the tank, sees the Marines. Pulls back a little bit. This Banshee going to fly over the third, so it's going to reveal itself. We are moments away from the Robo, so again, we do not quite have the Observer ready. Start to see the units coming. Tries to get shots on the medevac, I believe. Like I say, got to try and be ready against this Banshee. HeroMarine doesn't know the Observer's not ready yet, though, so he's not going to be as aggressive with it as he maybe could have been. Just going to use it more as a way to try and distract, as obviously this big push coming across the map right now. A lot of units coming through. A couple of Zells getting warped in. Charge not ready yet. Stalker's going around the side, but these units are going to show up. Do we just give up the third location? Looks as though Goblin's not too intrigued in fighting it just yet. Banshee's too far forward. One Banshee goes down way too easily. Banshees are huge. We saw in the Gumiho Astrea games where... Oh, great save on the Cyclone. But we saw in the Gumiho Astrea games just how good multiple Banshees can be continuing to trade against Stalkers. So losing one Banshee like that straight away is not ideal. That Observer giving you great vision on what's going on, but you do have to give up the third Nexus. What I like for Goblin is that he gave up the third Nexus without giving up too much trying to defend it. The problem is he's still got this position to deal with, and, you know, the third base of the Terran is coming online during this. So HeroMarine with a successful pickoff. Goblin will get his own third going on the right side instead. Banshee finds a way around. HeroMarine is going to get jumped on with the charge lots available. We get rid of both the siege tanks. Uh-oh, this is kind of a big deal. He's going to lose a lot of units trying to get away. Stalker, Blink available soon, maybe. Could maybe have gotten there. Banshee is actually going to keep on fighting a Stalker right now. A few more Stalkers warp in defensively. Do we have enough as Goblin to run into the natural of HeroMarine? He's certainly going to give it a go. Those Zelds are going to do a lot for him. The siege tank goes down. I think bio behind SCV is going to be a little bit too much, but we can get some damage done. But 7 probes went down for Goblin. I mean, so many tanks going down, but I think he's on his way to Storms. I guess he's getting some of that splash damage now available. It's a weird position, honestly. It feels like a good few moments for Goblin. Felt like HeroMarine's had a good few moments here as well. Cyclone with the lock onto the few Stalkers. A couple of Stalkers already going down. Pushed around for the moment. Zealots out down to the south. We do have Storm and the Prism coming through as well. Zealot just going to jump on top of the bunker, get rid of that, no salvage. He had a long time where he could have salvaged it. Nowadays, you can't salvage when you take damage, it gets cancelled. So, obviously, once units on top of it, you're not going to get rid of it. Stalkers! Let's, keep ourselves alive. Has to blink back. Army supply is there in favor of HeroMarine as he tries to come down on Pylon, pushing in toward this triangular base. Forward base makes it an easier push in from the Terran. The benefit of having denied the base on the left side and kind of forced your opponent over here. We are so close to having Storm. Storm feels almost essential right now to get a bit of a defense going. We're a couple seconds away. We're going to have it. And HeroMarine is respecting it. He sees the Prism lurking. He knows what that means. It means, hey, I will drop stormy weather in your face if given the opportunity. Onzal gets taken out. It's just going to see that going down. The bio still trying to step through. Prism, do not let yourself get sniped. Do not let yourself get sniped. That would be a disaster. Decent first storm. It's a good warning storm, and it does hit kind of... The units were clustered. It's well placed to kind of stop you from chasing in with the bio. And the Stalker's now threatened to chase the Medivacs down with a bit of a chase as well. Again, it's hard to turn back into this army of the Protoss because it will end up in you getting stormed a little bit. So, kind of have to back away as the warping comes through in Goblin. Scary part now is if he walks into this, he's going to be walking into mines, but he does have some vision, so you can go after a Widow Mine there. Gets a storm up the ramp as well. High Templar goes down, unfortunately. Prism still has extras inside. He doesn't really want to let his Zealots go through because, again, he's afraid of the Widow Mines. He needs to be careful not to let those mines blow too much up. So that's going to charge forward. The Stalker's obviously behind. A lot of the Widow Mines on cooldown already. We do get a storm off. Good split from HeroMarine, though. Chasing forward with a few Marauders to keep the pressure up, but otherwise pulling a lot of those units away as well. Stalker's still shooting. A couple of the Stalkers getting shot down by that Bioforce. Another nice storm. We're just going to be seeing the Marines taking damage to the Prism. He's getting away. Another nice storm. Do we have any energy left on the High Templar? I'm not sure. Yes, we do. We drop one off. We pick it up. Nice storm. That storm actually hit a couple of the mines. They're going to end up pretty low as well. HeroMarine continuing to maintain the supply lead in this game. Fourth base is going to start moving across. It's a big issue for the Protoss in a game where you do not have your own fourth coming up at all. And the Terran is taking their fourth. I almost feel like Goblin has to kind of get in a position here where he just commits to a big attack. So maybe you kind of play a little bit ballsy and you just kind of say, you know what? I'm just going to give it a go. I'm just going to try and make something happen. Like, it's scary. It's a little bit sketchy to try and make something happen right now. I just don't... I mean, right now, it does not feel like this game is set up for longevity here if you're Goblin. I mean, a Colossus shows up, and that's nice and all. But we are really not built for a long game at the moment. The Widow Mine is going to hit a Stalker in the end. It's 2 because of the splash damage. Yeah, I've got a few units going in to try and deny the fourth, but again, we're playing off of 58 probes. And Goblin has never been comfortable in this game after giving up that third base. He's definitely been able to apply some pressure, but it's been tough to get up the ramp and into position because HeroMarine's been very good at relying on the Widow Mines defensively and keeping Goblin away with those. Oh, what a catch. Gets 2 Vikings for free. 76 SCVs. Well, got some good EMP as that High Templar tries to find something. Oh, drop both the High Templar at once. Let them get EMP'd, and now you've got no storm. This is the runaway Protoss. Protoss are trying to run away, are generally not doing well for themselves. Little hint. You do not trade well while running. There's a lot of low HP bio units, to be fair. Can we get a couple new storms coming in? We can. Storm, yes. Okay, Goblin. Finally dropped it there. Lost so many units. Man, actually is very close to clearing up so much of this as HeroMarine will cancel the fourth. That's all HeroMarine has to do, though. Cancel the fourth. He's got his own fourth up, and he's in a great position. I think this Game 3 still very much so looks as though we're talking about HeroMarine bringing it back by a map. Zealots on the other side getting through, and SCV falling. Zealots getting chased around, a couple of snipes coming through, the Bioforce heading to the bottom side. So it's around the left. I mean, again, Goblin has just never had the economy. To be fair, he's never had a fourth base in this game to really get truly set up to. As the couple of Zealots get turned away from that bunker. Ghost coming across. We are going to see a Colossus going down. A couple of Archons get into the front. A few more Zealots are going to warp through there. Just going to be seeing the Colossus do make a defense. I mean, we got 4 Vikings on the way at a time. Fusion Core coming up. HeroMarine is gonna, honestly, might just still be able to get it done with just kind of plain reinforcements, but he also has a lot of, tech units going through that are realistically very good against what Goblin has. Goblin is just trying to mass expand and just hope that he can keep bases alive and outmine in this game eventually. I mean, sure, if HeroMarine cannot break through the army, then take the expansions and see if you get away with it. That might be your best way back into this game. Wouldn't mind connecting. Stalker taking some shots. A couple Marines going down. The Zard's going to keep on moving forward there. Marines will be chased. Colossus is going to keep pulling away as we do have another storm going down. Goblin trying to find a way to survive. He's against a maxed out Terran at the moment. It's really not ideal. Prison speed coming through, +3 attack, disruptor in production. Colossus, well, plus the high Templars, EMPs, and the Vikings putting the work in. We got a storm or two down, but I mean, these Colossus are dead. The bio's going to overwhelm. This right side base will fall. You've been watching the death of Goblin for a little while. Bottom left side of drop hits this base as well. Going to force a recall there. I mean, it's just going to leave even less units to defend the right-hand side, so I don't think he carries HeroMarine if he defends the left, because you're just going to keep on pushing through. Shop trying to fire in, but it is going to be GG. This time HeroMarine gets enough done and eventually is able to break through and take a game and reset this series a little bit. He's going to stop the Goblin runaway train that was on a 2-0 lead. It's now 2-1, and HeroMarine comes in to game 4 with the momentum of winning the previous map. So a chance to get this series back on track a little. I guess just take a moment to rest the voice up. Get ready for game 4. I wonder if we potentially go into ads here as well. It's been 3 games, so in these best of 7s, I wonder if that might be the case. It was the case last time, but we also had very long games in Astrea Gumiho, so I'm not sure if that's a guarantee or not. We do not. We just go in game. Perfect. That's what I want to see. Red Terran, bottom left side is HeroMarine. Bringing it back by a game. Tracks coming up, refinery coming in, assimilator and the gateway continue to come through for the moment. Oh, man. 3 games deep still, a super huge series, best of 7 for $7,500, a trip over to the eSports World Cup. Orbital coming through, Command Center coming online. Chaos Cybercore and the Nexus coming up as well. set up over in that corner. So Cybercore coming through. 7-hour pylon coming up. Next is about to finish. Factory and the refinery on the way in as well. Settled here for a few moments. The Stalker still chrono boosting along on the gateway. Let's have that walk gate building as we speak. The factory will finish momentarily. Obviously, Tech Lab first means HeroMarine is going to get a nice, fast Cyclone. So, real quick Cyclone here. Get a little bit of a different opening on the run. And then the reactor on the barracks as the next step of this is the SCV flinging about. It's going to build the starport. It seems in position to take over the Tech Lab or so in the future. Yeah, Twilight Council on the way from Goblin. No surprise, he's playing the same thing. In the past, I would have said that I expect Goblin to play a whole bunch of, you know... I would have expected Goblin to be playing like, excuse me. I would have been expecting Goblin to play like, like some Phoenix play, some Phoenix Colossus and stuff, but he has really found his comfort with the Blink openings in this matchup at the moment, so... Obviously, Stargate openers can be pretty weak in the current meta. Pretty abusable, so not a bad thing to be steering a little way away from them. Cyclone going to go after the hallucination, gets the kill. Put a mine popping, Starport popping the medevac, Marine coming through. Couple of mines still gathering together for the moment. Cyclone, couple of mines, make their way across. And Tank and Banshee both coming online. Just going to see the few Stalkers still poking their way over. Barracks going through, the next is coming up. You're going to see the Marines in the tank in position there. Stalker's going to get rid of one Marine, going to get rid of two, going to get rid of three. Lovely start, but there's going to be the drop on the other side, and, well, that battery is not finished just yet, to say the least, and that's going to be a problem as a couple pros begin to go down. Stalker has to give itself up against the mine as well, which is not pretty. Blink is about to be done. We'll give up one more mine here. One more probe here, sorry. Going to try and run that mine away. Just going to keep the Stalker busy a few more moments, and keep Goblin. There's attention kind of being paid elsewhere, as you do have the Siege Tank in position now on the natural. Will provide that defense. Don't think Goblin will do too much else as HeroMarine continues into the Marine tank. Banshee Cloak coming up as well. I think the Banshees have been pretty... Obviously in Game 2 they did a lot for him. In Game 3 they were more part of the army versus army fights. And chase just for Marines here. Really letting those Stalkers walk forward just to get as much as possible. 10 Marines killed. It's kind of huge if Goblin is going to be up against another one of those big kind of pushes from HeroMarine looking to deny the third. Because this is really a situation where, without Marines, like, everything else is just so exposed. The Stalkers can do so well. It's not going to be a kill in the Banshee, but we push it away comfortably, which is a big starting point. We're going to get the Cyclone. Oh, he's going to get the medevac. Oh, I love that even more, I think. Gets rid of so much potential there. Cyclone does get rid of a Stalker. Maybe it would have been good to finish the Cyclone off. Like I say, you may not get the medevac if you finish the Cyclone off. Yeah, Blink in the main is going to be a denied stim. It's only just started. It's not going to be the biggest delay, but it's still going to be impactful. Finish that off, and you've got to probably recall here. Going to go deeper, going to go after some SCVs, and then, yeah, either recall, maybe you can pull away toward the natural. Blink recall. Nope, still just going to kite. Going to try and trade out. That's the recall. 7 SCVs. We lose all but 3 Stalkers. It's expensive, but it's all right. Server back through the top. Sim combat +1 all coming through. Just gonna have the charge coming up. The Prism on the way. SCV's there, repairing up the Banshees. Thank good onto a few Stalkers. The Banshee's gonna be lingering Obviously, full HP and can get back on the map and try and make something happen in the near future. As HeroMarine gets a scan for the observer. Goblin is down a bit of army supply right now. As he tries to challenge these units stepping forward, he did lose quite a lot of Stalkers. Stalkers are those kind of units which, again, numbers of Stalkers are big. Oh, that Zealot misses the Banshees. Loses another Stalker over there again. Goblin trying to get to 4th base as HeroMarine takes his 3rd. HeroMarine is going to start taking some steps onto the map. The Observer will see that potential move. Again, the Banshees show up just unaware. His Goblin initially. It's very unlucky. He's very close to actually seeing those. Like I said, the Zealot nearly ran past them. Just a little bit out of reach, out of range. Goes into the main base. Obviously, we can shoot through the battery. So you get a few more probes. A bunch of damage being done. And HeroMarine slow pushing up. Now, there is going to be Zealot Charger try and help you in this one. Banshees pulled back. 4th base. Cancelled last second, so we will deny that. We are finally going to get a blink underneath those Banshees. We'll get rid of one of the two, so there's still one alive, unfortunately. Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, there's a lot of probes to lose out, and now you're down 15 workers. Not good for Goblin, but I'm not going to say it's over, because we've seen him pull out a lot of impressive fights throughout this series so far. And maybe if he can find a good fight for himself, he can still turn this into something advantageous. Thank you, by the way, Vargor Z, coming in with the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh. Clean feed. Just going to skip a second there, guys. That was on my end. My connection clean feed, so I'm not sure what happened there, but hopefully it's good. As we get Goblin really posturing to try and find a way in to potentially fight, taking his 4th base back up behind. There's a few Zealots getting to the main. Going to force a reaction of a drop. There's quite a few units into the main. And Goblin just not going to find the way in. HeroMarine is very comfortable just sitting back, standing there. Prism actually takes a shot from the mine, so now that's going to be very exposed. That will die if it eats another mine shot. So it's much more difficult to make stuff happen if that would with that Warp Prism all of a sudden. So that's not great. Prism chilling on that top side. Just gonna see the Zeldstalk Colossus gathering together. And she's gonna come back through for a few moments. Heading around the left for now. Well, scan coming out, tank set up across the board. HeroMarine is going to step forward and, ooh, scary fight. Those Colossus need to be protected by these Stalkers. They continue to push forward. He needs the splash to come out, even if the Vikings are hitting them. The Colossus are getting really well protected, actually, because they're not being focus fired. All the Colossus are going to go red before a single one dies. Now, that does mean that they're all very close to dying. The Goblin takes a pretty good fight for himself, and it really is because those Colossus just don't get target fired. They get left up doing so much damage for so long. He kind of let the Colossus fight into the Vikings, and I was okay with it, because I get it. Like, he needs to do some damage to the Bio Army. If he doesn't do enough to the Bio Army, this can absolutely backfire and just not be good enough for you, right? To see that +2/+1 on the way in. We got our Banshee going to fire up. The Zealot will go down, picked away out over to the side. The Observer going to spot the Command Center flying across down to the 6 o'clock as well. Disneyland, Zeldstalker Disruptor gathering, a few Warpins coming in off the Prism. Disruptor shot fires through, boom for a single Widow Mine, and now a boom for a couple more units, so the Disruptor started to get some pickings. And let that single Widow Mine go off. Ooh, he actually did eat a bit of splash on it in the end, and the other Zelds just charging on it didn't help. Goblin's gonna have to back away, has money in the bank though. This is the scary part, where the Protoss can just expand, and start to really mass up some units. It's also where the Terrans start to get a lot of their tech units online as well. Ghost coming up. 2 new Colossus here from Goblin. Love those. He did get rid of most of the Vikings before, right? So New Colossus could be huge, and I believe he just brings them back away from that. Yeah, he brings them away from that scan, so HeroMarine doesn't know they're there, which means that it's a little frustrating, because now you might actually not have the Vikings in the sky for the start of the fight. So that's kind of a nice little hideaway. Keep it hidden as long as possible. Keep on scanning here as HeroMarine looking to try and find out where that army is. UT on the way in. Just going to see the little bit of Terran moving down to the bottom side here. Obviously that fourth base. One you want to protect as we get toward being maxed out now in this game 4 of the series. HeroMarine looking to tie things up. Goblin would be on match point if he won this. And this huge qualifying best of 7. Scan coming down. The Stalkers and the Observer moving out over to the sides. MP, a little bit of Bio coming back the other direction for a little bit. Yeah, the drop top left is going to just find a base that's on the way up, so base 6 not the most important base right now for Goblin, but it's obviously still nice to get rid of here as HeroMarine. He's still going to enjoy taking this one out of play. Like I say, you don't need it right now as Goblin, but it's always nice to have. There's a reason you're already building it up. Oh, unit's going to dart through the top side, and Goblin just doesn't see it coming. So now his 5th base is actually in trouble. Goblin has a choice. He either comes up to try and fight this, or he goes across the map and base trades. He's going to pull and try and fight it. The Disruptor was too far forward before it fired. The idea could have been good. Stop him retreating with the Disruptor, and maybe the rest of the army can play catch-up. Going to try and take this blue gold base, which is A, going to get cancelled, and B, you always kill these rocks. There's never a reason to not kill those rocks, because it kills the blue mineral patches, so it makes this a half base, which is then way less valuable. Disruptors do clip. I thought they were going to go huge on the Zealots, but he realized it and pulled the Zealots away. HeroMarine with a good few moments, taking down bases, just finding Goblin not having vision on the army on this left-hand side. We're going to lose Colossus here as the Vikings get to work. 2 out of 3 Colossus go down. The Zealots putting some work in, but is it good enough? The next Colossus coming back into the fight. I mean, you can see why he wants the Colossus to fight there. The damage it can do is huge. That was actually a good Disruptor shot, though, and that might help the Zealots from the other side. Now they get disrupted themselves. Stalkers do not get in position to blink in after the medevac lift up. Goblin has a ton of money, by the way. If you could spend those minerals and that gas, his supply would be popping. 2 new Colossus on the way from the Robos. What's important is that he's re-establishing bases during this, so he's getting that base count back up, which is an important part of this from his point of view. Disruptor not going to be what it needs to be. Observer goes down to the side. That Colossus shouldn't survive here. However, the Zealot count is going to be very good. And it is going to be very scary when those Zealots are up in your face. Storm now on the way, so we are going to make a switch towards Storm here in these later stages as HeroMarine has definitely begun to stabilize a lot in these later game scenarios against Goblin. Has definitely been able to get into some better and better positions. Coming over. We lost 5 observers this game. I was going to say, honestly, some of the big factors here have just been the fact that he's not had vision up this left-hand side. These attacks keep catching him off guard. The drops keep catching him off guard. I like that he's got one base going into the right side, because that actually might be somewhere that HeroMarine has not been striking just yet. I was going to say, those Disruptors are starting to get too close, but he fired just as they're about to say it, and that does put them probably far enough away to just be safe to fire, and as we saw, Stalker's getting a good jump on a few medevacs. Now HeroMarine's going to knock these rocks down, have access to that gold base. If there's a base you're going to lose here as Goblin, I honestly don't hate it being this one. He energy overcharges that high tempo, which gets a single storm before it goes down. He's actually going to try and fight up this ramp into this. The Zealot Stalker coming from the other side. Disruptors are going to try and push the units into that other Zealot Stalker force. There's more Disruptor shots available here, surely, but it's actually going to be on the Disruptor that's already taking damage. Goblin's supply is plummeted. This was not the fight. It was a little disjointed. The 2 halves of the army just never really fought in tandem there, and that is going to make it a very successful trade for HeroMarine, who's made Goblin's life so difficult. Again, Goblin has struggled map control-wise. He's struggled to know where HeroMarine is at every point, and that has made this a real challenge throughout these games. Another command center dropping down on that right-hand side. Marine Marauder, Medevac, all still coming up. A lot of Marauders going down. We do see another pylon getting jumped on. Going to jump to the pylon on top as well. It's going to be a catch. And Goblin is working toward trying to max out again. The problem is I really fear that his army when max is just not going to really be that competitive. I guess we'll see. Bottom right base going to get caught. That one's going to go down. There's two different armies from HeroMarine. He's definitely abusing the fact that Goblin's force works better when all connected up, and being forced to split around like this is going to be tough for him. Especially when these Zelds are just going to be running, you know, run around in circles by the bio. Disruptors get lost, and now we're actually going to be seeing, well, it's going to be kind of HeroMarine joined up with the other army, but then Goblin, I want to say sandwiches it, but you're chasing with Disruptors. The problem is, like, he's defensively chasing, if that makes sense. Like, his Disruptors are fighting into the army despite being in more of a defensive stance, and now the Disruptors are just too far forward. They're all going to go down. He needed some kind of splash damage here, surely. He's going to try and come in. There is a High Templar in the back left. I think there's energy on it. It's hidden by the production tab. And don't get me wrong, this army of HeroMarine is not exactly the healthiest. It's a lot of red health bars. We're going to be seeing the Stalkers. We'll be able to get rid of most of the Medevacs here as well. The last few Bio-Units will begin to drop. A few more Warpins finishing up from Goblin, who is going to be able to... I mean, you get rid of the last of this Bio, and that's another 10, 15 supply going down for HeroMarine. The thing is, HeroMarine has a very solid economy, 73 SCVs and a comfortable number of bases. And so he has constant reproduction. That was a lot of stimming, and that was just the Medevacs going down as well. The Medevac reset is kind of a big deal, right? Because by losing the Medevacs, you're actually going to, you know, have to rebuild those, and that's a lot of sustain, which is, again, taken out of that army for a significant portion of time now. Let's see, Stalker's going to go after an SCV. Stalkers will hit the SCVs behind the back. And you can see Goblin's supply is not coming back online as quickly as HeroMarine's. And the supply that Goblin is building is really... It's much weaker than what it was. Before, it would be like, oh, he's trying to get back in there, and he was building like a couple of Colossus up. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a handful of High Templar, which is great. But we also have a lot more Gateway unit focus than we had before as well, I think it's fair to say. Prism going to find an opening here. HeroMarine maxed out. Looking to close out Game 4 to tie us up 2-2. And to completely reset this series that started off completely in favor of Goblin. Ghost just stepping forward aggressively as the Storm was actually very good. And every Storm has to be very good right now from Goblin. There's no alternative if he wants to stay in this game. It's not going to be easy, and I think he is in the process of dying here, unfortunately. You just see a little bit too much Bio. The Archon's taking damage. Another Storm coming down. Bio getting hit hard. We will see the Zard Stalker continue to get cleaned up as well. And we will just have that pushed away, pushed back. 199 to 100 supply. HeroMarine really is looking for some finishing touches. At this point, his army should just be able to overwhelm on this other side. This is the point at which Zealots do not make the difference. The Storm is nice. That's the only Storm we have. GG. We're tied up in this best of 7. Gabe is not going to go down without swinging. Goblin has lost full momentum in this series. He had everything going for him in games 1 and 2. Despite having difficult starts, he brought those games back. Now HeroMarine is taking controls of the game early and able to get into much better positions. Putting himself in way better spots. Alright, GG's. We are tied up 2-2. It's the best of 7, so 2 more maps wins it for either player. But of course, the winner of this next game will be on match point and puts the pressure on the opponent, with a spot in the eSports World Cup up for grabs here in this TVP. I'm going to run some ads, guys, while we wait for this next game to start up. I think, guys, because this series is going long, I think I'm going to call it a day after this one. It's been a pretty long one. I mean, 2 best of 5s and the best of 7 so far has taken the same amount of time as 4 best of 5s and a best of 7 yesterday, it feels like. So I think after this matchup, guys, after this best of 7, we'll not be doing the Ryong and Astrea series. I'll throw you guys over to the mainstream, and I'm going to get off and I got to sort food out for the evening and Ellie and stuff. So I thought today would be ending like within the next hour. So the fact we're still in this best of 7, I think we're just going to skip the last one just in case it goes super long. I got stuff to do. I'd rather not start to cast something and then it gets like 2 and 2 or something. I'm like, oh, I really gotta go. I'd rather just not cast it, you know. So I'll send you. And there is a mainstream for you guys to watch and stuff. I will send you guys that, but that will be after this best of 7, just to let you guys know a little bit of a heads up. Top right of Torches is Goblin. Oh, what a fun map for this game 5. Huge moment in this series as HeroMarine spawns into the bottom right. Yeah, huge moment in this series because the winner of this, I mean, there's so much pressure to be down a game on match point. Gotta win the game after this. If you lose this one, I mean, it's tough. HeroMarine has the momentum behind him right now. That Goblin magic that was winning him the fights and the engagements in games 1 and 2 seems to be kind of fading away a little bit. He needs to try and recapture that. I wouldn't even... I mean, is it... Are you crazy to try and mix it up right now? Like, as Goblin, is it maybe time to try and do something a bit more aggressively focused? Maybe. It's a best of 7. Doing the same thing every game gives someone like HeroMarine plenty of time to adapt and figure it out and maybe cut corners here and there, and adjust builds to, you know, do the best possible thing. Maybe a little bit of aggression to mix it up. Like, it feels bad if it doesn't work, but... It might be... this game just feels so important. It really sets the tone. Especially if HeroMarine wins this. Like, 3 games in a row is difficult to break, and then Goblin must break it to, you know, to stop the tournament falling away from him. If Goblin wins this, then you're able to say, well, yes, this was huge because he's stopping that momentum, right? Like, this game has so much value in it. Do you just throw something different out there as Goblin? And like I say, after the first 2 games, I would say no, because it was clearly working, even from tough scenarios. But now, it's a tough scenario. It's been a couple of tough scenarios and it's not been working out. You've been able to turn it around and you've been able to play games from those positions. See what his approach will be. It's a very difficult question to answer from our point of view because realistically it comes down to how does Goblin feel? How does he feel those games went? Does he feel like those games were adjustable and winnable from his point of view if he does a couple of things differently? And does he think he can make those adjustments in time to save this next game? Like, if he's confident in that, then obviously he can just keep on doing the same thing. But there is a thing I think about playing, you know, a long series against HeroMarine. The longer it goes, the more time he will adjust and find ways to take advantage. And it has been getting a little bit better for HeroMarine early, right? Like, he's been able to get in and find a couple of probes. He's been able to throw the economy of Goblin off a little bit more quickly than what he was able to at all in games 1 and 2. So he started to find little things to take advantages with that make some of his pushes a little bit more successful, that set him up better for the mid-game. And that's where this kind of effect is coming from. That's where some of the success is being seen. Reapers hop in, they escape away. The sentry out for the hallucination to keep track of exactly what is being built on the Terran side. 2 Reapers and the Hellion together. We'll look for some damage as there is 1 Stalker here. And Probe's just going to pull. 2 workers down quickly. That's exactly what I mean about getting some of that damage done. 3 workers down. 2 Reapers hurt going into the main base. Probes are going to pull into it. I was going to say, pull them away. Honestly, the Stalkers will catch up. Let's just try and minimize any losses here. Yeah, good job by Goblin in the end. Does not let those Reapers do more than what the Reaper Hellion dive achieved. That is your early game unit commitment from HeroMarine kind of given up. You've now lost map control. But you're going to regain it very shortly when the medevac finishes and you can bring Marines and a Cyclone across the map. And that's why he's happy to trade out those first 3 units of the game, because he has a follow-up that will also apply pressure and also take him some control here and not let this necessarily kind of run away from him too much. And here is that coming in right now as the 2 Stalkers and the Sentry need to figure out where they want to be to try and help themselves deal with this as best and as cleanly as possible. Marines unloading. Cyclone coming across. Locks onto a Stalker. Load back up. Pulling away. 2 Stalkers and the Sentry still going to step on down. And Medevac and a few Marines coming across as the Marines are going to get rid of the hallucination at least. Medevac peels over to the sides. Medevac's load up again, looking for the main base. 2 Stalkers in position. We'll put some good damage initially on it, but this is a big drop, bigger than what we've seen before. Probes pull instantly toward this. We're going to see a lot of probes going down. Goblin needs to shut this down as best as he can. He's going to start going after Medevacs. I mean, to be fair, we could maybe step into the siege tank to stop that from firing. We actually get away with the Cyclone alive. Oh, that's way too much damage. 11 probes, a beaten up army. A full Medevac getting away there is huge. Look at that resources lost, massively favoring HeroMarine. That is something which has not really been the case in earlier games when I was surprised earlier that Goblin traded well. Well, this time he trades badly. And HeroMarine comes in with just a bigger drop than usual into that main, and Goblin is going to struggle to clean it up. A couple refineries will come down over on this side now also. I don't think these Stalkers are going to find much going to the other side. I think Goblin could have target fired better there. I understand he wanted to get rid of the Medevac, but shooting down one Medevac and losing so much, and then the other Medevac evacuating still feels pretty rough. So it's lost about 200 difference. It's not as bad, I guess, as I initially thought as we go back and forth a little. Couple Stalk shots trying to come through. HeroMarine with another drop onto the map. It does feel like the Terrans have been very good at just kind of consistently getting drops onto the map, and that's been able to keep some of the defense away from the Protoss. You know, they're constantly being tested to keep map control and keep vision. Otherwise, it can run away from them very quickly. There's a couple tanks set up here. Marines coming through. The Stalkers blink back out of trouble for the moment. Destination goes down. A couple tanks will unsiege. Bio coming up and chasing those Stalkers. Already the drop showing up here. There are going to be a few Zealots around. We can maybe try and chase those units. The Stalkers in the center going down. This one is a disaster. I think we're going to have our first real kind of wash of a game in this entire series. It's been pretty, all the games have been hard fought for, but I think this one was just too much damage dealt by HeroMarine initially. And right now, the drop is not being cleaned up at all. Sentry goes down there. Those few Marines still left. The Stalkers are beaten up. And HeroMarine is pushing an army across the map. This one really could end quickly. And really just elevate HeroMarine into such a great position in this series. Like I say, it felt like this was the time for Goblin to come up with something to stop HeroMarine. Can he still do it? He's going to dive in onto this army. A couple of siege tanks will go down. The Zealots are putting a lot of work in there. There's just not a lot of Stalkers left. Goblin will survive. My issue is rebuilding Stalkers is expensive, and if you have to rebuild Stalkers, it really eats into your other tech, because it costs you gas that you can spend on the Robo Bay and the Colossus. And a Zealot-only army isn't going to get you very far, so it kind of feels like you want to rebuild some of these Stalkers that you've been losing. Goblin survives, but once again he's in this position, similar to the previous games which have gone wrong for him, where it's just, he's taking damage, his army's playing from behind, and he's now got to figure out that kind of fight back from behind in the near future. Doesn't going to charge up, Stalk on that right side. And we've seen the Zealots continue to charge through. The bio is going to go and get jumped on top of. Medevac's pulling back for the moment. Plus 2 attacks, then the Thermal Lance. Will be on the way. If Goblin can survive that long, then brilliant. But can he survive that long? Trying to get a Medevac here, which he achieves. Sees the drop as well. Observer, great vision, but it's a very quick move across that right-hand side for the Medevacs. Can we get there? We're blinking desperately back. HeroMarine obviously can just see the units moving in and begin to retreat away as... Oh, we're going to lose a... okay. He didn't actually lose a Medevac, but he didn't lift anything up in that Medevac, so... The units that were trapped in the main base do go down. A little bit of a pick-off there for Goblin. Yeah, that's good observer placement. HeroMarine should be kind of a little wary that something caught wind of that attack, right? So, Maybe keeps his eyes out for the observers here next few moments. Observer right now is just watching this army, so Goblin is able to make a perfect call on where we are at. You know, able to say, okay, I want to fight into this, or I do not, or I know how I'm going to fight into this. Observer here sees it again. That's the scan. This time the Observer is going to go down. Good play by HeroMarine, definitely recognizing the vision was there from Goblin. Those Widow Mines are scary. They're going to really do a lot against the Zealots that have been such a big factor for Goblin in these games. They've been one of the main reasons he's been able to see so much success. Good split away as he stops that Widow Mine retarget from doing too much splash damage. +2 attack, Thermal Lance. Coming in soon, the +2 done, the Thermal Lance moments away. That's going to help a lot, letting the Colossus fire from further back, a safer position. Stalker's on the way over as they saw the medevac coming. One Observer still on that right-hand side. So we're actually going to take a fight here with double Colossus. I like this a lot for Goblin, actually. Stalkers get underneath. This medevac will not do much at all. Great defense. Again, that vision paying off for Goblin here. And he will now clean up these Widow Mines after they fired. And again, with the 2 Colossus, that main army was not able to do much. Reload 1 medevac up, goes to the left side. Again, HeroMarine continuing to try and find ways to jump onto the Protoss bases without Goblin knowing about it. So you can cause some chaos. It's been what's been successful for him so far. Trying to dive forward. Colossus took a shot, but it does not go down. The Zealots there able to help. But what a Widow Mine! Dead center into the Zealot. Splash damage galore. And now the top left base in some trouble as well as HeroMarine continues to drop around. And finally, Goblin does not have the vision to tell him what's coming in over here ahead of time. He'll have to respond to this one, and that means it's not a cleanup. It's just a pushback. That was a great Widow Mine into those Zealots. Such a big deal when you hit dead center on those. Softening those up big time. They have no armor upgrades as well, so the bio can kind of chew through that very quickly, especially if the shields are gone. Goblin tries to take base 5. HeroMarine still working off the 3 bases currently. And his Vikings up as he begins to get some preparations made for the Colossus. We actually have the ship weapons coming through. A couple of Ghost Marines and a Viking coming up as well. They'll unload over in that corner as we are going to see Stalkers able to go after some Marauders. Oh, this probe count is obviously in trouble. It's not going to be great. Again, Goblin has not much vision on this left side. Could really do with just something on that far left side to just watch for. Well, yeah, I guess this, but the problem with these observers is that they're almost too far forward. Like, HeroMarine is launching these drops from further forward on the map, so those observers are not catching as much as you might think they would. So yeah, I think relocating one is not a bad call. Just gonna set it up there, keep an eye on this. HeroMarine does not spot that one. That's Goblin. Uh-oh. Prism right in the front there as we are going to launch the Disruptor shot. It's going to be a little bit too far away. Good pullback from HeroMarine. We're going to dive in. The Vikings just going to have their way with those Colossus, aren't they? Well, let's see if the Zealot Stalker can stand up against the Bioforce. Doesn't really seem like it just yet as HeroMarine has to dodge from that Disruptor. The Vikings land. The Colossus are gone, so we've already dealt with them. More and more Disruptors coming up from Goblin as he continues to try and play the defense here for the moment. Again, that left-hand side drop just looking scary once more. Cannons in the front, but nothing to really defend anything that drops in the back. And a base that's in trouble for Goblin. That fifth base is going to be in major trouble because the main army shows up here. Okay, this is interesting though because there's not. I guess you can escape to the left. Goblin's going to fight and threaten the army. I was going to say you can. You might actually have to fight it, and maybe fighting into the Zealot isn't what you want to do. Oh, interesting. Goblin's actually able to slip through the gold minerals. Does he actually want to stop this army from getting back around? Seems like no. He pulls back. He's going to let the Disruptor fly. Hit nothing, but threaten that army at the very least. The Vikings go down as well, but 11 probes die. Goblin is always on the end of just taking the damage. And HeroMarine is going to jump on this army a little bit. He's actually wanting to fight this. Disruptors need to be very careful. That's a good Disruptor shot. Yeah, it was from far enough forward, but also protected enough that he was going to guarantee a hit. And HeroMarine had to sacrifice a few units there to make sure it wasn't anything worse. The problem for Goblin is he's getting pushed away from his 5th base, so he can't just kind of fall back forever, otherwise he just loses the 5th, and then maybe the 4th comes open to run by as well. He kind of just needs the 5th as well, to be honest. Never mind the threat of losing the 4th. Mayo still coming up. Couple disruptor shots fired through. Zealots are going to charge on forwards. And Stalkers and Disruptors coming around. Another Disruptor not quite going to land just yet. Disruptor shot firing again. The few Vikings get up that left-hand side. They want to charge in. EMP's going down. The Zealots getting hit hard. It just feels like we're watching. It doesn't feel like I've seen Goblin win a fight in such a long time. It feels like HeroMarine is just gaining ground and gaining ground. But I guess that's what Protoss wants to do. Let the Terran gain a little bit at a time. And then hopefully just win one major fight when they overconfidently step forward or so. Oh! Nice split at the end from HeroMarine. That wasn't even as exciting as I thought it was going to be. The Colossus drops from Goblin as well, and I think his supply is gone. It looks as though HeroMarine is going to take 3 games in a row and put himself on the verge of qualifying to the eSports World Cup. Zealot Stalker still chasing through the bio. Low HP to be fair, but again, the main thing that HeroMarine has done is he's limited the economy. He's dropped the entire time. I love this. Going back and saving some energy on the medevacs by letting the healing shrine do some of the healing here. Love that. But yeah, the main thing that HeroMarine has started to do in these games is he's not letting the bases of Goblin go uncontested. He's on top of those bases. He's constantly finding a medevac here or there to get on top of those bases as well. And with those medevacs, he's able to achieve so much. So much nicer disruptor shot, to be fair, as HeroMarine steps through there. So going after some Marines and the Marauders, putting some pressure on. Just going to set it up. A few Zealots moving around. Another disruptor shot just going to clip a Marauder. I mean, attempting the next on the right side is not going to come about. Like I say, the denial of bases and economy, those little drops consistently have been so big for HeroMarine. It's really made the difference in the last 3 games. It is spiraling out of control right now for Goblin. He is down 2-3. He had a 2-0 lead, and now he is down. Tournament and World Cup chances, life on the line. Biggest series of Goblin's career. Started off so well, like a dream almost, and now it feels like it's hard to remember how he was winning games almost, you know? Like, it's at this stage where it's extremely, extremely difficult to imagine like Goblin was actually winning the, like he is making significant plays and winning some of these, you know? Just kind of crazy. Bit of a crazy turnaround, to be honest. There's the experience of HeroMarine coming through, though. In the toughest situations, he stands up, back against the wall, and he does not blink. He does not shove. He does not move. He takes the challenge, and he runs with it. And like I said, I did think the experience could have a lot to play in such a big match. HeroMarine needs 1 map to qualify for the eSports World Cup. Goblin needs 2 in a row. He did it at the start of this series. Can he do it again now? Really feels like HeroMarine is just doing such a good job of, again, moving around with those drops. And while Goblin challenges for a lot of the map control and vision, he's clearly letting some of these drops slip by. Like, a lot of these drops are starting to get through his vision. They're getting past his vision, you know? What's the countdown at? 3 minutes? You kidding me? Okay. Well, it's not moving. It's just a stationary 3 minutes. Oh, we're just gonna come straight back, maybe? Never trust an unmoving countdown. No, we just watched these ads, no? Something's broken. Maybe the second round of ads will be the magic touch. Alright, I'm gonna try and go live again, maybe. Three 2 for HeroMarine. Hey, Gumiho came back after a break early and looked reinvigorated. Maybe Goblin can do the same, because his EWC hopes have been slipping away from him over the last few games. Alright guys, take a couple of seconds. Hopefully, yeah, I mean, usually the players seem pretty ready to get into it. Does the EWC Blackstream have delay? No, I don't think so. Well, I imagine the EWC Blackstream has delay and the feed we're working from is delayed the same amount. If that makes sense, so. Well, game number 6. They did not turn our game sounds on. It's not me. It's them. A very quiet game 6 here, guys. In the top left, HeroMarine is a map away from an eSports World Cup appearance. There we go. They're back! They've been pretty good about not forgetting that, so nice to hear. Bottom left, Goblin. A 2-0 lead seems like an eternity away now that he's down 2-3. The last few games have been a very similar formula from HeroMarine. Get damage early, take control of the game, don't let Goblin develop too much map control, work around whatever map control he develops and just keep that economy in check. And Goblin's style kind of just falls apart. He's not able to find those trades he was finding originally. He's never strong enough. I mean, the last couple games he's truly been playing from a bad position. His economy has never been spot on. He has consistently had to play from some very difficult positions for sure. Probe in the main. STV's pulling over. Nexus on the way up. Forward and the Reaper coming through next in the Cybercore building. We'll have our setup continue for a few moments as the probe moves back out onto the natural. What will we do here as Goblin? I mean, honestly, he's done the same kind of thing each game. He's had a little bit of a mix-up of going Storm or going Colossus. But the early 3, 4, 5 minutes has been pretty set in stone about getting a sentry, Getting some vision with the hallucinations. And going from there. We're playing here on Persephone. It's another map where if you can control the left side main avenue to fight, you can drop from there, and that's what saw a lot of success from HeroMarine in that last game. So it's actually kind of fun because it has similarities to Torches. It's not quite as egregious in terms of how aggressive it can be. It's a little bit more spread out. If it hops up, it's going to have ourselves the Cyclone and the Starport coming through. Twilight Council coming in. Coming up, a couple of gates coming over. So I see our tank and the Marines coming through. Medevac coming over. Stalkers is going to get over. Reaper going to take some hits as our Marines gather. Obviously, again, that early aggression each game recently has been very successful. Locking on, hallucination gonna take damage. Just gonna get chased away there. As the medevac loads up the siege tank and will come across. Marines in the Cyclone coming through. Now gonna be seeing those Stalkers continue to turn around. Marines and the Reaper gonna get pushed a little bit. Stalkers intercepting this nicely, getting rid of a few Marines early. Goblin gonna get rid of the Cyclone. No, good pickup by HeroMarine to avoid that one. We should get the Reaper here. Doesn't have all the Stalkers ready to shoot at once. Open a few of the different units, getting them low. Ideally, you want to get rid of the siege tank as well, but it does get the Cyclone. The Cyclone's a good unit to be able to deal damage with. Tank is left behind on its own. It's going to be the Marines dropping into the main probes. Run! It's a little slow considering you saw that coming from a mile away. The tank will get away alive because of this, though. And the medevac obviously can lift up and get out as well. Blink not done for the moment, so that is going to be an escape. Focus will get a Marine. Can actually go blinking forward for the siege tank. Don't really love. He turned onto a Marine there. Didn't love that. I feel like more damage on the tank would have been good. Then he could have maybe actually made a play for it. HeroMarine, that one map away from the eSport World Cup. It's been a stressful series. Brought it back from this 0-2 deficit. This has been not as much damage as we've seen in the previous games to Goblin, though. So maybe Goblin off to a start that can start to rectify the issues he's had previously. Using that healing shrine, get the units back to full HP. Obviously, heals beyond the shields. Potato turret drops in, probe getting pushed about. See the Raven just hanging about there still. For now. As the Marine tank. Oh, it's interesting because a few Stalkers are going to dive into the mineral line and start getting SCVs, but the Marine tank is coming across the map. So, HeroMarine will take damage, but he's setting up for the big push. He's already killed a bunch of probes as well, by the way, just now. So this is really, so far, just Goblin undoing the damage taken. And he's going to have to recall these Stalkers at some point to be able to deal with the main attack that's coming in. 11 SCVs down is serious damage, but again, we got to deal with the fact that tanks are sieging your natural. Charge is moments away. You get enough charge lots up here. That would be huge. There's a reasonable amount of Marines. Oh, Goblin, do not go without charge. No, the Twilight Council gets depowered. Pylon going down. Huge for HeroMarine, delaying that charge. I was just thinking if we get to charge, honestly, this looks like a very doable defense. The Zealots are going to slow walk forward as HeroMarine is going to kill a lot of probes here, but he will lose pretty much everything. Do we have the blink after that medevac? We are going to go for it. One shot, two shot, it lives. Into the main base it will go. Both players taking hectic amounts of damage right now. Marines will unload in the main. We will blink after. Can we cut the corner off and actually get this medevac? It has a new boost. It will get away. Oh, the denial on the charge is such a big deal. With charge, that is such a more of a convincing fight. You never have to pull the probes in, and so then you're up like, what, like 60 workers to 45? Goblin is still up in workers, and actually these units on the map right now might regret having walked across here. We are going to see the medevac joining back up with them. The Raven is no longer in harassing positions. Drop an order turret here as well. We get the medevac. Goblin going to take that, and now we'll take the chance to pull away. Guardian Shield active on that sentry, going to fade down. Medevac's loading up. I are going to jump into the medevacs. Head around that left-hand side. Two more Stalkers warping in from Goblin. Medevacs get pointed away. Cool. Raven would be a nice grab, of course, because just get rid of some of the utility on that. But mines are going to be fine here for Goblin's point of view. They hit singular zealots. No splash. Cybercore, though, will fall as the Reaper Wall from earlier in this game is going to get punished now. Late punish, but punished nonetheless. New Cybercore begins. And Goblin going to start up the 1-1 upgrade, so really working to kind of get back in the game upgrade-wise. Obviously, expanding to that bottom right for his 4th base makes it very difficult for the army to get over there from HeroMarine, so makes it a difficult push in. Do we have enough zealots right now? Kind of need to make sure we've got enough to hold this off. Some extra Stalkers showing up. The Robobay will go down as... I don't know where Goblin's supply is. It's not like he has no supply. Robo Facility going to go down. Oh, no. No Robo Facility, no Robobay. All of his tech units have just been completely denied. And HeroMarine, I just don't know where Goblin's supply was. It feels like he should have had so much more. Brittle Mines are connecting, and HeroMarine is going to be going to the eSports World Cup. The dream run from Goblin is going to come to a close. He was so close. He was so close, but he ran out of steam at a 2-0 lead, and he's just never found his rhythm again. This was a way better start this game, just... I don't really know what happened here. I feel like this is a moment where he should have had enough just to engage, and it just... I don't know if it was just a bit too spread out, and so he lost a couple units here, then there. And then obviously losing the tech structures at the front. It looks as though we are going to have HeroMarine making it to the eSport World Cup. And no surprise appearance from Goblin. Unfortunately, this is not the dream he was hoping for. Man, what a difference from Game 2 to the rest of the series. Just HeroMarine really figuring something out. Really getting a lot better on those kind of openings. You know, working ways around that Goblin defense and just abusing it to the maximum. At this point, Goblin just does not have the numbers. HeroMarine is looking in the flights to Riyadh. The probes are going to get jumped on here as they try and evacuate from this base. Goblin will obviously not give up without fighting to the bitter end. Such a huge series, but he just did not have it. He honestly just ran out of magic, is all I've got to say. He played so well against Gumiho yesterday. Scrappy games against HeroMarine to start the series. And it really felt like he just got figured out toward the end. GG. HeroMarine is going to the eSport World Cup. I'm so sad for Goblin because this really was such an upset kind of run. He came so close. It's always going to be heartbreak. I wanted to see Goblin just because Goblin hadn't been there before, you know? Like, Goblin hadn't been to that level previously. It would have been so cool to see him just get to that huge stage. It's not meant to be. HeroMarine will be going to the eSport World Cup alongside Lambo and Bjorn from this qualifier. They are having issues on the production suddenly. Everyone is invisible. I don't know what's going on. There we go. We get brought back to the casters. Jeez. Congrats to HeroMarine. Guys, there will be one more match today, Ryung versus Astrea, but I'm going to tap out because this actually just took a little long, is what it comes down to. Ryung Astrea will happen. I'll host you guys over there on Twitch. It's live on YouTube as well if you want to find it. I'm sure you will be able to, if you want to find the mainstream, but I'm going to call it a day because I just got to go and sort out food, and I've got to sort out Ellie, and just some stuff like that. So this just took a while. That Astrea Gumiho series was super long, and this HeroMarine Goblin series was super long as well. They were both like 2 hours each. So I could do like another hour-ish streaming maybe, but I don't want to get to like 2 and 1 between Astrea and Ryung and be like, no, I really gotta go. So I'd rather just call it right now. So super thank you for watching my co-stream of the eSports World Cup qualifiers, guys. I will be live tomorrow with WardiTV Mondays, so if you want to come and join us. I'm going to be moving WardiTV European League away from Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm not sure if we're going to do anything in its place just yet, but that is to be figured out over the next day or so. So thank you so much for that, guys. And I will send you guys over to the main stream on Twitch after my ads have played. So that'll be in about 3 minutes time. So yeah, I'll host you guys over to the main stream. And like I said, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some WardiTV Monday action. Super appreciate y'all. Like I said, I'm just going to let these ads play. I will just leave the stream on this. I guess I'll go to my end stream. Why not? So yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys. Super appreciate y'all. Hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Good luck to Astrea and Ryung. I'm going to be watching that series while I get some life stuff sorted out. And like I say, I'm feeling a lot better, so I'm going to get my admin back on track and get tournaments sorted out after the next couple of days. So we'll be back tomorrow for WardiTV Mondays. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be there for Mondays. It'll be fun. It always is. Bye.